That's the teacher or the counselor in her, so thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is I'm Vice President Cynthia Elliott of the Rochester Board of Education, and I also have Commissioner Willa Powell. We've been selected to be the Mistresses of Ceremony because we've been with Van the longest, and so we're going to host this. We're hoping that you all are going to enjoy this. There are some awards and there are some special people that are going to say a few words about Van and about Bill. And let me just start off by saying, I'll start off by saying with Commissioner Clark that it has been just an absolute joy to work with Commissioner Clark. I know he didn't want to do this, and he didn't run for election. So that says that he's done. This actually is an awful lot of work for people to do, and he's retired now. So he wants to be in retirement. And just congratulations to President Van White, who served probably 1 year less than I have served, and I just want to congratulate him on his retirement from the board, but I don't know, in 2 years we may see him back. I'm not sure about that. He may come run for re-election. So, but let me just welcome everybody. Thank you all for coming to this ceremony to honor President White and Commissioner Clark. And we'll get started with the program by acknowledging their service through a couple of awards. So I'm going to have Commissioner Powell to call up Commissioner Clark.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Clark, would you like to come on up? And would you like to bring some of your family with you? It's okay, not trying to put y'all on the spot. Okay. Perfect. Immediate family only this time. So, Bill, what we have for you is a plaque for your I Love Me wall that reads, "In grateful appreciation, the Rochester City School District Board of Education hereby recognizes William Clark for the leadership, stewardship, and valuable contribution to the district for having served as a board member November 19, 2020 to December 31st, 2021.
Thank you.
I have a couple of... Now, that's from the district proper. We do have something from the board members, but I'm going to have to hand deliver that to you later. Okay. And this card was signed by all board members, voting and non-voting. Oh, all right? And finally, just as a stand-in, a jar of honey from my backyard bees, and I hope that, there you go, something other than what you can hang on the wall. Okay, I appreciate it again, and I do hope you'll have a word.
First of all, I want to thank everyone who's here tonight, and particularly President White, who called me. I was sitting at my dining room table, and he indicated, well, I have an assignment for you. And it has been an assignment, but I have to say that it's been an absolute pleasure working with my fellow commissioners, seeing the knowledge that they possess and their commitment to the students of this city. And I will tell you, with our incoming commissioners, I think the city is on track to do great things. We've done great things under President White, and I think that will continue with our commissioners that we have here. And I do want to say that I could not have taken this role without the tremendous, tremendous staff support I received. I'm thinking of Francine, who was scheduling all the meetings for me, and believe me, there were a lot of meetings, and so she was constantly calling me, letting me know. And Kalia, who was taking care of all my IT so that to make sure I received everything. And I'll never forget my second day, I was talking to Francine, and I noticed all the committee meetings had COW behind it. And I asked her, I said, Francine, what does COW stand for? And she kind of giggled, and she said, oh, that's committees of the whole. So I know the next day she went back and she had a good laugh on that, because that means that whenever there was a committee meeting, everybody had to be here. But I just say that, but I also want to thank Anissa, who, our Auditor General, who has just done a tremendous job in supporting me and making sure that we get the audits correct. I want to thank the senior staff here and the great work that they do. Carlene, whose husband volunteered with me, but I will tell you, one of the reasons I said yes to this position is because one of my longtime faithful volunteers who has been working for years making sure that our students of color receive scholarships, and that's our superintendent who chaired our early recognition program at the Urban League for a number of years. So I knew her, thank you. I knew her commitment to education, and I knew with President White, with our commissioners, that we were going down the right road. And Sean, my fraternity brother, is doing a great job at East. But I just want to thank everybody in my family that's here tonight. I mean, my former board chair, Glenn Jeter, good friends, Russ and Roosevelt Grant and Diane, good friend Mike, just a lot of good friends who are here tonight, and my lovely wife who has stood by me through, this is my second retirement. I got one more and I'll be done. So thank you everyone for coming out and supporting.
Thank you. Well, I think I'll present this one if that's okay, Commissioner Powell. You know, Van came in 2007, I believe, and I came in 2006. And, you know, we had battles. We had serious battles. But over the years, with my spiritual transformation, we've learned to work quite harmoniously together. Doesn't mean that we don't have a diversity of opinions, but we've learned to work together. One thing is because I didn't want it to be about the school board. You know, the media always makes news on the school board. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't want us to continue to have this kind of dissension. But I wanted to be focusing on the kids. And so because we have matured, we both are focusing on the kids. It gives me great pleasure to present this award to Van. I'm going to miss him. And I've never said this before, but I've learned to love him. And so I know one time we said we were, you know, kind of play cousins at one point. But it's been a pleasure to work with him. And I just wanted to just say that to him. And, you know, we've been president and vice president for a number of years now, working together. And just come on up, Van, and receive this award. So I'm just going to read what it says. In grateful appreciation, the Rochester City School District Board of Education hereby recognizes Van Henri White for his leadership, stewardship, and valuable contribution to the district for having served as board member January 2nd, 2007 through December 31st, 2013, board president January 1st, 2014 through December 31st, 2021. Van? Can
we load him up with everything before we have him speak? There we go, okay. Bridget, you want to come up? He's going to need a hand carrying all his accolades back to his seat. and Ava, Brandon, Brittany, if you feel inclined, you're welcome to come up and stand with your father. First thing I want to... Come on, that's right. When was a white ever shy? Come on now. Everybody, lottie-dottie, everybody. And of course, no one can see you behind the cameras. Everybody shift over on this side of me, all right? However, you can see, there's one thing you can see better from that side, Van, and that is on the wall of fame, all of the folks who have served as board presidents, with your name, you're up there now. You're the only one that has made the transition into the Kodak color. Everyone else is black and white. So that's that. And in addition to that, I have a few things back here. The board passed a hat, and but your gift didn't come in time, so this is a stand-in, just a little bit of honey. But then I heard that Brandon loves the honey, so we got the super size. You all can fight over who gets to take it home.
Wait a second, how come he gets the big one, I get the little one?
Because yours is free refills.
Thank you.
The next thing, there's a card in here somewhere. If this card was signed by all board members, voting and non-voting, to recognize you and send you off with a farewell. And finally, this is insert for your wall. Since we have that one for our wall, this is for your wall to commemorate your time as our president. Presented to Van Henry White in grateful recognition of your service to the RCSD Board of Education President. And these are the dates of his presidency, January 2014 to December 2021. Now you can have a word. Yeah.
All right, this is going to take a minute, because you know, us lawyers, we like to use up some minutes. And let me also say that I make no promises about... hey, you're going to have to wait. I make no promises about not getting emotional about it, but I have to say a lot of thank yous. I've been here a long time, and there's a lot of thank yous that I have to give. During my time on the Board of Education, I've been blessed to work with a lot of committed, caring, and competent people. So I have to begin with the staff. Kaya, Francine, Shanae, Marisol, Rahima, Deborah, Joanne, Simone, not an official member of the board staff, but Simone, you're with us. We've worked together, and at times it's felt like we are family. And I have to say, thank you. Last week, Kaya, Francine, Simone, and I met at my office in Rahima, and we had lunch together. I gave each of them a copy of my book, Heroes, so you could share it with the little ones that you love. But whenever you read that book, Heroes, remember that you are my heroes. You are my heroes because of the way you respond and support everyone, from frustrated parents to fickle board members. You are my heroes because with fewer resources, you have found a way to do more. You are my heroes because through the appeals process, you make the Board of Education's goal of systemic justice a reality for hundreds of parents and students. You are my heroes. To the Auditor General, Anissa Henry Wheeler, and her staff, I think I saw you back there before I took off my glasses, Anissa. A wise man once said that you can measure the worth of a person not by what they measure, but rather by how many times different people call upon them to measure something important. Anissa, the fact that you and your team are called upon and relied upon to measure or assess what is going on by everyone from the Board of Education to the Comptroller to SED is a testament to the value that you have to the Board of Education in this district. Thank you. To Central Office, what that wise person did not say was that some of the people you never see often have immeasurable impact on your life. So to those secretaries, Central Office administrators, maintenance staff, that perhaps I didn't see you, I want to say thank you. Leslie, to your chiefs, you're back there, Leslie, to your chiefs, your cabinet members, and other Central Office senior staff, you have led this district through what no doubt will be described as the most challenging period of district history. I have been blessed to see you do that thus far with intelligence, patience, and grace, and humor. I hope your colleagues from Rochester to Albany understand the very difficult tasks that you've been asked to perform, and that they provide you with space and grace to do your work. The exceptional leader, Sean Nelms, I know I saw you there somewhere. Okay, yeah, I don't have my glasses on, so help me out here. Sean, the exceptional leadership which you have provided at East is only part of our blessing. The sustained progress we have witnessed is a testament to your skills, talent, and collaborative leadership. Equally important is the fact that you are a role model as a father. You always put children first, including your own children. I hope this community continues to appreciate who you are and the value of your entire staff, cafeteria workers, custodial workers, securities, teachers, paraprofessionals, etc., for making real sustained progress possible at East. Indeed, the EPO at East is without a doubt the most successful secondary school transformation initiative in Rochester City School District history. Now, I know the district staff is saying right now, and before you all get mad at me, why are you talking so much about East? I'm only doing that because I'm in the unenviable position of trying to justify me. I know the difference that you all have made. The thousands of district employees throughout this district are making an impact in the lives of children each and every day. You cook, you clean, you teach, you tutor, you play, you protect our children. You sometimes hug, but no matter what you do during the course of the day, they know that you will be there to help them. And so to our hard-working staff, the thousands of employees and leaders associated with Bente, RAP, ASAR, RTA, who over the years I've laid witness to their incredibly diligent work on behalf of district children and families, I say thank you. If you felt, district employees, that at some time during the course of my tenure in service that I have failed you in any way, and through all the staff reductions and cuts and school closures, I can understand why you might feel that way. Please forgive me, and then remember, as you continue this important work, that your work as a public servant is best defined not by what you say about other people, but rather by what you actually do for the public. You know what you have done, the children that you have fed, the smiles and hugs that you have shared, the lessons that you have taught, and the thousands of diplomas that would not have been earned without your support. From the bottom of my heart, and perhaps my last official statement on behalf of my colleagues on the Board of Education, thank you. Thank you for your effort and commitment to the children and families of our city. We appreciate you. To my board members, past and present, Natalie, Melanie, Mary, Malik, Jose, Melissa, and Alan, thank you for a job well done. I need to give a special shout out to my colleague, former colleague, and immediate past board president, Malik Evans. To him, he was here earlier, I said, and I'll say again, congratulations. Because of your past and vast experiences on the Board of Education, exciting possibilities lie ahead for the district and our city. I know your parents are proud of everything you've done and everything you are about to do. To current board members, Cynthia, Willa, Beatrice, Ricardo, Amy, and Bill, I've learned something valuable from each and every one of you. I'd like to think I've become a better public servant and a better man because of those lessons that I've learned from you. Today, together, we have seen our grandchildren born, our children and nieces and nephews graduate, and we've seen family members die. We've seen our graduation rate go up and our suspension rate go dramatically down. Together, we have survived COVID and cancer. As people have tried to push us aside, When appropriate, we've pushed back in the courthouse, and sometimes, when necessary, we've pushed forward with needed reforms in the schoolhouse. To Cynthia and Willa, who've already indicated, they are my longest-serving colleagues. To my fellow colleagues, please excuse me and allow me a moment to speak briefly to these two powerful leaders. I served with you the longest, Cynthia and Willa. We've been through a lot together, and we've made some mistakes, and we've made some good moves. We've argued, and we've agreed. I feel that through it all, the Board of Education, but particularly you two, have become my second family. Thank you for that. I will miss you. To the Rochester City School District families and community, over the years I've spoken repeatedly about getting our children across the finish line. During my tenure on the Board of Education, I've tried to create those vehicles that pave the roads for your children's journey to the finish line to get easier. I know that sometimes, despite my colleagues and I's best efforts, your child's paths still have had its shares of potholes, roadblocks, detours, and other difficult challenges. But in the end, your children could count on you to be there for them. You pushed us, you pushed me, you pushed them, you pushed your children's teachers, you pushed your child across that finish line, and ultimately it was you, mom, dad, big brother, big sister, uncle, papa, grandma, that was there pushing them across the stage, compelling them to cross that finish line. I cannot describe for you the joy I have felt on innumerable occasions when I've seen those children, some of them holding babies themselves, cross the, to other family members like Robin, thank you for always supporting my family. But I gotta spend just a minute, and I'm almost done, thanking my family, my immediate family. As I said to Melissa, none of this happens without the gracious and patient support of our loved ones. Public servants need to really appreciate, the community really needs to appreciate what the families of public servants have to sacrifice. To Brandon, Brittany, Ava, and Omira, my service covered an early part of your lives. Like so many children of public servants, you all made great sacrifices so that I could be there for the children of this and families of this district. There are not words or Christmas gifts that I could fit under a Christmas tree to thank you for all that you have done for me so that I could do a little something for the people of Rochester. I ask that you out here just indulge me in, for my 4 children and for all the children and families of public servants, will you help me and just give them a round of applause for all that they have done? I asked the 4 of you to come here today because I need my district family to hook up and see my immediate family. I could not have survived these last 4 years without both families. Finally, no one has shown me more patience and grace than Bridget Birch-White. She not only campaigned for me when I was recovering from cancer surgery, oftentimes she had to deal with 2 people. One was the frustrated Van White, and the other one was the Van White of hope. It has been hard keeping track. It must have been hard keeping track of which Van you might greet when I came home late at night from a long board meeting. It didn't matter how late at night or which Van came through the door at night. She was always there with a plate ready for me on the stove. Lord, the amount of Reynolds wrap she must have used during these 14 years, it probably could go around the world twice. And on top of it all, she was there to shop for a client, Charles Pierre, when he needed clothes and shoes to go before a jury and hear a not guilty verdict. She was there to hug Lydia Givens, mother of Stephanie Givens, the reason why I became a member of the board, when the jury verdict came in. You have been an incredible partner during this part of my life as a public servant. Unfortunately, I just can't promise you that the next phase will be any easier. Maybe you'll use less Reynolds wrap. So again, I'm asking my district family and thanking Bridget for all of her support and patience in these 14 years. Could you help give her a round of applause? Thank you, Bridget, for sustaining me and our family during our service to the Rochester City School District. Thanks again to everyone, and God bless, and good night.
That was a comprehensive speech, and we appreciate it because it reminds us of all that we've been through, Willa and I in particular, alongside of our president. And so thank you very much for that. Thank you, family, for sticking by him, because one of the things that I know in doing this work in the community, I've seen it happen. Oftentimes you lose families by trying to save the community, but you end up losing your own family. And so Bridget and his children, I thank you for sticking by him and supporting him in this endeavor on behalf of our community. Before we bring up some special guests to provide their remarks, I failed to acknowledge, and let me start off by acknowledging former Mayor Bill Johnson, who's here to support Bill Clark and also Van. Thank you, Mayor. Let me also acknowledge our current mayor who's going to be speaking with us, Jim Smith. Thank you for coming. And of course, you knew that the mayor-elect was here earlier, so I didn't get a chance to acknowledge him from this dais, but we thank him for coming. And also, I saw our former colleague, Melissa Campos, who also served on the board with us. She was here but had to go. So I just wanted to acknowledge those people who served with us in our mayor. So thank you for coming. And so I'll turn it over to you to introduce Mr. Smith.
Thank you. We have a special guest who's come to us from the Council of Great City Schools. His name is Raymond C. Hart. He's the executive director. Mr. Hart, can you come up to the podium? Oh, there you are. I was looking the last place I saw you. I'm going to simply turn over the mic to you and let you introduce yourself and your mission here, okay?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. First of all, thank you. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you, to the commissioners, to the Superintendent Leslie Myers-Small, former mayor, and to all distinguished guests. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share in honoring both Commissioner Clark, but specifically in honoring Commissioner Van Henry White. So I am the executive director of the Council of the Great City Schools. As she said, I am Ray Hart. While you honor Commissioner White this evening for his service to the community here in Rochester, what you may not realize is that in 2018, Commissioner White was appointed to the executive committee of the Council of the Great City Schools. And the Council of the Great City Schools is an educational organization in Washington, D.C. that represents the 76 largest urban school districts in the country, of which Rochester is one, serving more than 8.5 million students. And so I am here on behalf of those 8.5 million students to thank him for his service to them as well. Specifically, he has helped to guide the organization through the pandemic. He's helped to guide us through, obviously, a national reckoning on race and the other issues that we have faced over the past few years. And I am here personally because in July of this year, I was fortunate enough to be appointed as the next executive director of the Council of the Great City Schools, following the tenure of Michael Casserly, who served in that role for 29 years. And so in taking this role, I have been fortunate enough to have received a great deal of guidance, words of wisdom from Van Henry White, and I am just here today to say thank you for those words of wisdom, for the support that you provided to the organization, and for the support that you provided to children across the nation. So without further ado, I will read the plaque to you, and I will ask him to come up. And this is a special recognition award from the Council of the Great City Schools, and it's presented to Van Henry White. Executive Committee member of the Council of the Great City Schools, and board member of the Rochester City School District by the Council of the Great City Schools for outstanding leadership and service to the millions of urban students that it serves. Washington, D.C., December 2021. So thank you very much. Personally, thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hart. We appreciate that very much. I don't know if you really knew that, but Rochester had a national presence, and we're excited about that in many different organizations. Rochester was in those organizations. So my colleague has turned the podium over to me to continue with the program. And so we have a number of speakers that we'd like to share a few remarks with Van and also with Bill Clark. And so I'm going to start by asking our current mayor, Jim Smith, to come up and give a few remarks, please. And so what happened there? The job has been that bad so far?
Yeah, well, right? No, you know, there's someone out there who keeps saying 2021 can't possibly get any worse. And I want to ask them to stop saying that, because 2021 is taking that as a challenge. In all seriousness, I really am humbled to be here, and I was thrilled, although, to hear Van say so many nice things about my friend Bridget Birchwhite, because I remind him that Bridget is my favorite white, he is my second favorite white. And I'm here because Bridget asked me to be here, although I would have come no matter what, Van. Van Henry White is someone who has worked in public service in so many different facets. Those of you here know, of course, of the work that he's done with the Rochester City School District. But I see former Mayor Bill Johnson is here, and he knows, of course, that Van toiled in City Hall and did a lot of great work there as well. And all too often, I think that all of us here, so many, if not all of us, are involved in public service. We forget sometimes that public service is, in fact, very worthwhile work. And Van, I think his public service has been a benchmark in excellence as it relates to that. And it reminds us that public service isn't just worthwhile, but it is worthy work. And so often public servants take a bit of a beating, and unfortunately, you know, that is the way it is. But Van, thank you so much for reminding us that what we do is worthy and worthwhile, and I'm so grateful for your friendship and so grateful for the work that you've done. And I come tonight bearing a gift. Now, as only the mayor for a month, this is going to turn out to be a pretty limited edition gift, because it is the highest award that our city offers a citizen. It's the key to the city. But if you would come up, I'm excited, but, you know, so Mayor Johnson, I think, probably issued quite a few keys to the city, but none, zero. Well, I'm close to that. This is, I believe, number 2. And it may not get much more than that, but it couldn't be for a more worthwhile servant within our community. And so I don't usually like to read these things, but if I could, I'd like to read this one, Van. And so this is, on behalf of the citizens of Rochester, New York, presented to Van Henry White, the key to the city of Rochester, New York, for your passionate dedication as a change maker in the city of Rochester. Early on, your service as the city's special counsel on crime and violence initiatives helped develop groundbreaking youth violence prevention and intervention programs such as Teen Court and Pathways to Peace. Your contributions on the Rochester School Board for 14 years, 2007 to 21, and as its president from 14 to 21, have been immense, focusing on school safety, graduation rates, truancy, racial disparities, and more. As a civil rights attorney and author, as a member of the National Council on Urban Boards of Education, and as the director and founder of the Center for the Study of Civil and Human Rights Laws, you have fought relentlessly for equity and justice, advocating for our most vulnerable citizens. You've been on the front lines for our community. The city of Rochester is forever grateful for your many contributions. Thank you, Van. And that is for you.
Thank you, Mayor. if a broken leg is your reward for being mayor, you won't take that on anymore. Thank you, thank you. So the next speaker is our superintendent, Dr. Smalls, Mary Smalls. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Would you indulge me and repeat after me and say Ubuntu? Ubuntu represents the qualities that contain essential human virtues of compassion and humanity. Simply stated, it means I am because we are, and we are because I am. In my humble opinion, I honestly believe that Ubuntu embodies the spirit and heart of William G. Clark, because it's embedded in his genuine dedication and service to students, families, staff, and the greater Rochester community. So what does Ubuntu look like in daily practice? Ubuntu successfully engages communities in the quintessential and classy way that Mr. Clark does. Ubuntu is the fierce and compassionate advocate for children displayed daily by William Clark. Ubuntu is the philanthropic spirit demonstrated by and embodied by William Clark. Ubuntu is the constant reminder that urban children indeed matter. So tonight we are all here to bid farewell and celebrate Board President Van Henri White. President White has been a wonderful partner in education during my tenure here in the Rochester City School District. I think you all know that he is a product of the Rochester City School District through elementary and middle school years. He attended school number 22, Helen Barrett Montgomery School number 50, and then graduated from my high school rival, Brighton. He obtained his undergraduate degree in education and then went on to Georgetown University Law School in Washington, D.C. I'm not sure if you know that Van is a lawyer. It's funny to me. Two of his children attended schools in Rochester City School District from kindergarten through 12th grade. Both of his children are proud graduates of Wilson Magnet High School's International Baccalaureate program. In January 2007, he was sworn in as commissioner for the Board of Education. He served as board vice president for two non-consecutive terms in 2008 and 2013. And as we've heard previously, was elected to board president in 2014. Throughout his tenure, he has held leadership roles in state and national educational organizations, as Mr. Hart indicated earlier. He is the proud leader of the Center for the Study of Civil and Human Rights Laws, a museum on civil rights and human rights. In 2010, he added the Civil Rights Museum on Wheels, the same make and model transit bus that Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat, to his civil rights educational arsenal. The Civil Rights Museum on Wheels has traveled across the country educating young and old alike, amazing civil rights history. And I have to add that President White has graciously shared with me that any of our scholars who want to participate in field trips are more than welcome. And I'm going to say this publicly again so it's locked in, free of charge, to participate. So we thank President White for that. Thank you. Gotcha! In my time in the district, I have personally come to know Van's passion for our scholars, the success of the Rochester City School District, and Sean, you'll laugh with me on this one, and the graduation rate at the drop of a dime. I am truly going to miss working with you. So President White, if you would come up. I want to present you, Board President, and it's got your name on it. Okay? No, you've got to stay up here because, see, we can't just have this be all serious and formal. So I've asked my colleague, Vanna White,
She makes a lot more money than I do.
to help me. And so, do you remember the game show, Let's Make a Deal?
Oh, absolutely. Monty Hall.
Yes, Monty Hall. So we wanted to add some levity tonight, and if you look over to your right, we have doors number 1, door number 2, and door number 3. Which one would you like to choose, President White?
1, 2, or 3.
I mean, the audience can participate too. Help them out. Help them out. Help them out. Okay, Vanna, would you open door number 2? And the prize is Van Speeches. They're your words. Why are you ripping them up? Now wait, there's more. Now, would you like to take that prize and trade it for another chance at another door? Okay, so which door would you now like to choose? 3, all right, well, let's see what's behind door number 3. A beautiful poinsettia. It's red and green for the seasonal time of the year. Yay! But would you like to see what's behind door number 1? Would you like to trade? All right, Vanna, would you trade and let us know? Show us what's behind door number 1. It's it's copies of the board minutes with everyone else redacted but Van's words. Now wait a minute. Our job as educators and board commissioners is to model graciousness and tact. So we'll give you one more chance. Would you like to trade for one more opportunity at a prize, President White? That's not the point. Would you like to trade? Yes, all right, Vanna, would you? Let's see what President White has won. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 6-month supply of chocolate chip cookies. There are 180 cookies, one a day, for President White. Congratulations. Yes, I made them all.
Man, take the paper too. You work for yourself.
We won't tell folks what you displayed as far as getting to those cookies, because that seems a little angry and a little resentful over there. We need a restorative circle. Congratulations. Let's give President White one more hand. Thank you, Vanna.
I bet you better not eat all those cookies. Can't eat all those cookies.
And he left the nice gift.
Yeah, I held on to it for him. Yeah. Thank you. That's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun. Dr. Nems, can you top that? No. Dr. Nems has some remarks.
Can you repeat after me? Ubuntu. That's all I got. No, that's actually absolutely incredible. Thank you, Dr. Myers-Small, for being so creative and being a true educator at heart. And many of those speeches that would have been represented in door number 2, we had to suffer through for many, many years, but we listened. I want to start also by briefly thanking my fraternity brother and outgoing Commissioner Bill Clark. He is a true pillar in the friend who is often and always willing to give critical advice, but also to be supportive of you in various successes. When I learned that he was coming to the RCSD, I sent him a message. I won't say what that message said, but he replied, and I wished him well and offered support. And he didn't reach out too much because he was so busy. But I remember at one moment, halfway through the year, I just said, how are things going? And he said, you were right. This is the most challenging work I've ever done, but the most rewarding work I've ever been a part of. And so for someone with such grace and such skill and such experience, for RCSD to be some of the most rewarding work he's done says a lot about this school community and our impact on the community as a whole. So I want to thank you, Bill, for being such a true mentor, friend, and to share your time and retirement time with the children and families of Rochester. I did give Bill his gift earlier. I wasn't certain if I could actually bring it into the building, so on school property. But he will have that. I'm sure he and his beautiful wife will share that tonight. Van White. So I'm going to attempt to do something that Van often cannot do, and that's to be brief. And I am going to say that he is and has become a true friend. And Pedro Noguera is an educator and researcher and philosopher, coined the phrase, I believe, guardians of equity. And that term to me implies a person or persons who live a life ensuring that those around them can truly reach their full potential. And everything that Van has done throughout his tenure and outside of RCSD truly exemplifies his commitment to being a guardian of equity. For those of us who have shared many lengthy moments with Van, for those who were not privy enough to the email that we received today, I think it was like a 5-page email, I just opened it and chuckled. I said, this is typical Van in typical Van fashion. And it was a reflection of the past. It was reflecting on the present, but he still left today giving us a path forward in the future. And I really appreciated those words and your vision moving forward. It's funny, I was watching Brandon, his son, who I got to know as a first-year teacher many, many years ago, before I made the connection that was his father. He walked away after the speech, his legs were wobbly, sort of like Michael Jackson in The Wiz, for standing here so long listening to his dad speak. And I was thinking there going, Van, you earned every single moment. Every single moment you earned. Every single word that you spoke, it reminded me kind of the Jim Valvano speech, where you have so little time to reflect on such an immense impact, but you captured it so well. Acknowledging your successes, acknowledging opportunities and times where you could have done things a little different, but you continue to always end your speeches with a path forward. Which reminds me of many, many, many of our late night board meetings. I won't try to make this one too late tonight. Van always found a way to have a final statement or a final rebuttal. And often it reminded me that he was an attorney at heart, constantly fighting for what was right, constantly arguing about the things that we should do to move this community forward. But sometimes his final rebuttals and statements cause a bit of friction. And often around June 1st, I had to negotiate with my building principal how much time we were going to give Van to speak at graduation. Because he often took 5 minutes on the agenda, became 30 minutes, especially after he decided to become a rapper at one of our events. Now, Brandon, who is a poet and a lyricist, I hope you didn't write that mess. Because it was so hard to be on stage, Van, watching you attempt to do something and stretching yourself without laughing, knowing I was on camera. But he did that. But one of my most memorable moments of Van happened actually in Louisville, Kentucky, at a Council of Great City Schools convention. He knew that I had met a wonderful board commissioner, Cynthia Elliott, before her spiritual transition. And we had it out quite a bit. And in typical civil rights attorney, Van said, I'm going to get you two together, and I just want you all to spend time because you have more in common than you think. And as a civil rights attorney, as someone who was passionate about this community, he knew the importance of getting people together to work through conflict. And that would be probably the most important meeting I've ever had with you and the most important lesson that I've learned. That it is important to always keep the door open to build a new bridge and new opportunities with people who you may or may not know professionally or respectfully, and even those that you may have had conflict with. And so for that, I'll forever appreciate and respect you for doing that. And I love your transition, Cynthia. And last but certainly not least, I want to say this, that you spoke earlier about your wonderful wife, and every time Van and I spoke, he somehow worked in a story about his wife or his kids or his family. And I appreciate and love that you gave us a little piece of Van. And it's because of your generosity and your willingness to allow him to engage with us meaningfully that this school community will be forever better. So Van, since you said your wife, Bridget, has fed you for all those years with saran wrap and foil, your gift from me is an opportunity to feed her at one of our local restaurants. I know you can't cook because I've seen it on Facebook. So this is an opportunity for you to feed her, my friend. Thank you. It's back to you. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Dr. Nelson. Let me just say, one of my mentors in my tribe said to me, you know, in terms of me making this transition, always reserve the right to go back if you need to. So, so part of me is reserving that right. So thank you, Dr. Nelms. I really appreciate that. I didn't know that Van had set that up, so I thought this just happened organically. No, but thank you so much, and I do appreciate our friendship. So the last remarks will come from some of our commissioners. So I'm going to call up if some of the current commissioners would like to offer some remarks. The floor is open for you. And as someone may be coming up, let me just, I'll just say to Van again, I thank him for serving. You know, this work is, in any of the work we do, we happen to do this in the school board, but you got to be able to sleep at night, you know, that you have really done this work on behalf of our community. And if you really have done this work on behalf of our community, you sleep well at night. So I just wanted to say that, and I hope you sleep very well. So Commissioner Powell, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. I am going to yield my time to our former mayor, William Johnson. Won't you come up to the microphone? I should be filling the time with an introduction, but.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Powell, and to Cynthia Elliott, the Vice President. I didn't have to say anything, but I appreciate the opportunity. The one thing I did want to say, Superintendent is gone.
No, she was right there, straight ahead.
I just wish that at least 6 of those cookies were oatmeal raisin. She used to deliver them to my house, but I haven't gotten them since she's been so busy. Let me just quickly say that I'm delighted to be here to really express my appreciation for the service of 2 dear friends. Bill Clark, in his short tenure on this board, but I know Bill, having worked with him for over 35 years, I know that Bill can make the most complex situation seem doable. So he will have to, he will remind you that when I heard that he had accepted this appointment to the board, I called him and asked him if he had lost his mind, mainly because he had retired. And this was not a post-retirement job. But he said, I think there's something I can do, and it's only for 1 year, and he's done that in an admirable fashion. So I just want to give you, Bill, an ovation for what you've done in this time. And what can I say about my friend and my brother, Van? It's all been said, really. There's nothing more to be said, except that when Van talks about his family, he came to work for the city of Rochester as a single parent who raised 2 children. He was devoted to Brittany and Brandon. He had to make it clear that there were times that he had to devote to them. I thought that was an admirable trait, but he wouldn't have Ava if it weren't for me, because I brought Van and Bridget together. And that was a great union, and it has been a great union. This man has done so much, and it always upsets me when I hear people speak critically of what Van may or may not have done. He's more than a school board member. He's more than president of the school board. He is a great humanitarian. I sat one day in his museum. I went over to the office to get some papers, and he took me up, and I couldn't believe this museum that he had collected. It needs to get more attention. It is phenomenal. And he has done that almost single-handedly. He is a great defense attorney. And there are people who today are walking the streets free because Van White took their case. And sometimes he didn't get paid for it, but he took their case. And so he is truly, and I'm proud to say this, he doesn't like me to tell you that his father was one of my role models, Sam White, one of the greatest men I've ever known. But Van, you have done a great job of filling his shoes on this earth. Thank you so much. And Merry Christmas to all of you.
Thank you so much for coming to the microphone for us, Mr. Johnson. I truly was yielding my time. I'm going to say everything I need to say to Van privately. This is not the last time you've heard from me. I'm going to be calling you regularly for guidance and advice. And
So we thank everybody for coming out. Thank you so much. And thank you, Commissioner Clark. I still have a few days to say that. Thank you, Vice President White, for both of your commitment to our community in more ways than one, not only on the school board, but in your other endeavors. And so we thank you so much, and it was our privilege to be able to do this kind of celebration for the both of you. Thank you so very much, and now we've got to get ready to do the real work. Thank you very much for coming out. God bless you all.
Good evening, everyone. Today is December 23rd, 2021. The time is now 6:48. We apologize for the delay for those who were waiting for the meeting to begin. We were tied up with some other matters. And briefly, with respect to those matters, I thank my colleagues and every person involved in recognizing Bill and I's service. It is not why we do this thing to be recognized, but I know I speak for Commissioner Clark. It really was appreciated. And I'll leave it at that. Next item on our agenda, after calling the meeting to order, is the act of reverence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Over the years I've been president, I've asked a variety of people to do the pledge. If my colleagues don't mind, I think I'll designate myself tonight, as this is my last official board meeting. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We also, at the beginning of our meetings, try to set aside some time for careful thought, deliberation, and for some of us, prayer for those who are struggling. I would note that in Colorado, I believe it was, a verdict came through in a case involving a tragic death of an individual at the hands of someone who was in law enforcement. The verdict of guilty probably brings little peace today to the family because they've lost their loved one. But for all those who've struggled this year as a result of death or illness, I'd ask that you all join me in a brief moment of silence or thoughtful deliberation and encourage those folks who have suffered loss. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there some upcoming events that you want to tell the community about?
Yes, I will verbally share them. I don't see our screens up, but I will verbally share them today. Coming up, as we all know, this is the last business meeting of the school year. So thank you everyone for joining us and for hanging with us this 2021. We will join you all again on January 3rd. That is a Monday, so that is very unconventional for us, but that is going to be the annual organizational meeting for the board. That is where the board will decide on its officers, the board president, board vice president, and then the chairs of all committees, at which point also there will be several administrators named to several positions across the district. Then we will have our policy and governance committees of the whole. That will take place on January 4th. That is our Tuesday meeting. And we will have our ESA meeting on January 11th. And then following that, we will continue on with our meetings as scheduled. So join us on January 3rd for our next business meeting, 2022. That's it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda, I think, is speakers. Do you want to call out the speakers, Madam Clerk? I should note there are no minutes to be submitted today, and so that would mean that our next item on the agenda is speakers addressing the board. I believe we have some speakers and some comments.
Yes, we do. We have several speakers. All right. Almost all of our speakers are joining us via Zoom, and so we're just getting that set up now. So I'm being told we have a bit of a technical issue with our Zoom attendees not being able to hear our meeting. So I'm going to ask President White, would you mind calling for a brief 5-minute recession so that we can just get the Zoom back up for our speakers? I apologize.
Given the explanation provided, we will be in recess for 5 minutes, so long as there's no objection. All right. Thank you. Okay, we're going to end our recess. I understand that technical issues have been addressed. Let me use this brief opportunity to thank the communication staff who have allowed us through COVID and before that and after that to reach so many citizens. So on behalf of the board, once again, I want to say to our staff, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, you can call the speakers.
Wonderful. Tonight we have 13 speakers joining us. Almost all of them will be joining us via Zoom, so thank you for joining, for staying with us during the recess. We just needed to make sure that those on Zoom would be able to hear us. Our first speaker is Victoria Galloway. She's a student, and she is going to be addressing the board regarding transportation. Is Victoria on?
She is in the room right now.
Victoria, can you hear me? Victoria?
I heard her very briefly through the headphones, but it was very faint.
Victoria, if you can hear me, please let us know.
She said hello, but it's very, very faint.
Oh, can we turn up the volume on our Zoom speakers? Okay. I'm going to try to move on to our next speaker and see if that's a little bit better. And then Victoria, if you're listening to me, we'll come back to you. Okay. All right, I'm going to call Sarai Johnson. She's also a student, talking to the board regarding transportation. Is Sarai with us?
Sarai's coming to the room right now.
Okay. Sarai, are you hearing us?
Yes.
I can hear you very, very faintly. Oh, boy.
Can you hear me now?
Sarai,
Yes.
just hold on with us, okay? I hear you very faintly, but I want the rest of the public to be able to hear you, and the board.
Never go ahead and try again.
Sarai or Victoria, one of you try to speak?
Yes.
No.
I can put her off of the speakers to the computer so you guys can hear her,
Okay.
but it's not feeding through for some reason.
Okay, we're gonna try something else to get you to hear, so just stay with us. Victoria, I'm gonna start back with you in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Victoria, are you hearing us?
Yes.
Try and speak. Okay, Victoria, try again. Okay, I can hear you a little bit better, but just give us one more second. We apologize to those listening in. We're just trying to sort out the technical issues so that we can hear our speakers addressing the board tonight. Okay, Victoria, try one more time. Okay, so Victoria, do you want to try one more time? I'm not hearing her. All right, try one more time for me, please. No. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to try and work on our technical issues and move on in the agenda, President White, if you don't mind. I apologize. But let's try and fix this, and we can come back to the speakers if they can just hold on. Unfortunately, that also means that with our board reports, I believe the Bilingual Education Council is joining us via Zoom, so we can take the Parent Leadership Advisory Council there in person.
Okay. All right, so there's no Student Advisory Council report, and you don't think you can reach the Parent Leadership Advisory Council? Is that what you said? Oh, they are here? Okay, I'm sorry. Come on up. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here in person today.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you. For the Plaque Parent Leadership Advisory Council, it has been an incredible year of growth for Plaque, and we want to thank the district for fostering that growth. We would like to take this opportunity to formally thank Ms. Khadija Muhammad, the Director of Office of Parent Engagement, for her tireless effort and influence in all of this, for seeing the vision of what Plaque could be long before parents did, and helping to build the Plaque with this district. She would be extremely missed. We would also be remiss if we didn't take the opportunity to ask the district administration and the board, how would you be able to support the Office of Parent Engagement moving forward? And more specifically, the human beings that run it. How will you create an environment that will allow for contradicting opinions and thoughts to help grow and build instead of tearing down? How will the next director be hired? And how will parents be engaged in that process? On December 1st, we also had our second executive school-based planning team of the school year, and we were heartened by the representation from Bente, present for the meeting. We also appreciate their input, and we would like for the next meeting that includes other additional unions, or at least their representative in their place. Shortly after the Bente meeting, we also learned that the chief of school, Dr. Green, will be joining the mayor's office. We are excited for her growth and the passionate person that she is and what she will do with the mayor's office. We would also like to understand that how will her replacement would be chosen, and where do parent and student voice would be incorporated in that decision. On Monday, December 6th, the Plaque leadership met with Dr. Myers-Smalls, presented on school mergers and closures, followed by a community forum on December the 15th. We have submitted parent comments once on the 15th and again today. Plaque membership is requesting a planned date and time for January to discuss planned modifications to the plan as allowable in Policy 7600. Also, on Monday, the 13th and the 20th, we continue to work to help support and review Policy 1900. We are excited that we have completed that first read. We have set a calendar for cleanup, for a Spanish interpretation, and 2 sessions for parents to review, followed by a meeting with Commissioner Powell, and followed by another meeting by the Policy Committee. The first parent review session is January 10th, and all parents of the Rochester School District are welcome. Members of the Parent Collaboration Letters on Safety met twice this month and created a spreadsheet based on the memo we received back from the district to keep all parents better informed and aware of who is responsible for what and who to contact, with questions as well as opportunities to be present for decision-making conversations. A version of this was sent this past weekend. We also will be submitting a finalized sheet to the district in early January to make sure that safety continues to be the top priority, and if it isn't, we want to know who do we follow up with. As mentioned at the meeting on Tuesday, transportation continues to be a crisis in the district, and the public continues to reach out about it. Some of the recommendations made by the district for the 2022-2023 school year need to be revisited with the collaboration with the city who has promised these services. The urban suburban district that benefit from our students participated there. The private schools, many which can't afford to provide their students with transportation. Students are currently bearing the brunt of this crisis, and we need to work together as a community and the city to resolve this. Over the last month, PLEC has been increasingly concerned by the bylaws of the Bilingual Council have not been approved yet. BEC has been promised 20 questions and a meeting to discuss, neither of which has happened. And BEC, why the bylaws were first presented for PLAC at the March meeting in 2021 and approved that night after a round of questions by the board. The same has not been granted to BEC. We want to put on record our support of their bylaws, which are updated at few dates and officially allow for interpreters to be at the parent group meetings, but otherwise keep the document the same. We want to recognize our fellow parents and their efforts to ask the board pass them without further delay. And finally, moving into the possible shutdown in beginning January 2022, we would like to formally invite all the district parents to a forum on January 3rd to a planning and collaborative session to discuss the needs of parents from 6 to 7, which is traditionally the parent leadership meeting, but this takes precedence. The last shutdown occurred and parents, students, and educators did not have what they needed and in order to succeed. As the Parent Leadership Advisory Council, we want to make sure that we do everything we can to make our fellow parents feel empowered and hopeful when the students need it at their most. Thank you for your time, and please, if you have any further questions, you can contact myself or contact April Harrison, who is the Vice President, and Rebecca Harrington, who is our Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. Bilingual Education Council, are they online?
Yes, they're on Zoom, and it does appear that we're still having those technical challenges.
Okay.
So in terms of the speakers, my suggestion for tonight is that we welcome them or invite them to come to the January 3rd meeting or the January 4th meeting, and we will, even though there's no speakers portion of the January 3rd meeting, and there is generally for the committee meetings, speakers must address the agenda. We could perhaps waive that so that they have opportunities to address the board. I do apologize for the BEC, who is here as well.
Nothing that needs to be apologized for. A lot of this stuff, technical issues can happen. As I won't be on the board, then I'll just sort of look to my colleagues to the left and right, see if anybody has any problem with that.
No problem.
No? Bill, you ain't gonna be here either, so don't be shaking your head. It's like, yeah, that's not wrong, that's not wrong. Yes, ma'am.
I did text the folks from BEC to see if they wanted to call my cell phone, and I will put them on speakerphone and put them on the mic. So I'm waiting to see. I do want to uplift, though, that they were told that there was no translation available for them. And did get messages from them earlier today, and I was like, obviously, I do know that our Spanish translator is out, but we have to figure out internally a process, because we can't depend on one person to do all the translation in Spanish, and then if that person's out, we don't provide an alternative. So I just want to uplift that, because they're going to come in and they're going to give the entire thing in Spanish, and the majority of you will not be able to understand, but this is the shoes that they then are in when they're coming here with limited English, and they have to hear from you all in English, and we have no translation services. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's unacceptable, and we should be doing better around language access, but I will see if they respond.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
The BEC does have a written report on board docs. Someone could read it aloud, or we could just agree to read it on our own.
Well, why don't we see if they call in, and if it will work, certainly you can put your cell phone to the mic and we can hear it from them. But if not, as you say, Commissioner Powell, we'll have the option of reading it online or on board docs. And if they'd like, they can come in, because I didn't see anybody objecting to that idea, they can come in January if they want to give it in person, or just have us read it. All right, I think that's what we'll do. So to our technical communication staff, thank you for making the effort, but we're set.
With the speakers.
Somehow we'll communicate to those speakers.
Yes, we will contact.
Okay.
we can't hear them.
So I said to our clerk, no apologies are necessary to us, but certainly to you all. But I'm sure as you're listening, you realize that there's not anything we can do about the technical challenges we're having now. You've no doubt heard that it seems like my colleagues are willing to, if you're able and available, to hear your comments at our, I guess, our general business meeting in early January. So it's January 4th?
It's a committee meeting.
Yes, that's the third would be our annual organizational meeting, and then on the 4th we have policy and governance. So we could take them before both. I do want to also indicate that we have Superintendent Nelms, who is also on Zoom, to present his superintendent report, and so we wouldn't be able to hear him. And then also Commissioner Adams wouldn't be able to submit his vote tonight, unfortunately, unless we can take a thumbs up as a yes. The bylaws require a vocal vote generally, and also persons to be visually able to make that vote. So I would defer to our parliamentarian.
Yeah, no, you're talking about Commissioner Adams?
Commissioner Adams, who's on Zoom.
Our attorney will correct me on this, but he has to be visually present, and we have to be able to hear him. Is that correct, counsel?
Yeah, voting shall be by voice vote unless a roll call vote is mandated by law or requested otherwise. We can't see him, so there is no way for
He's
him to
here.
But can we hear him? But we can't hear him?
We can't hear him.
I can see you. You can hear me?
We can hear, oh my goodness.
Price is averted. So we may be able to take the speakers.
Okay.
But can I just have her do her report now, because I have her on the phone?
Are they online, the Bilingual Council?
They could do it on from there.
Can you get them online? I mean, are they available? No, she can't? Okay, all right.
Oh, she's having connection issues?
Well, all right, so if they want to do it over the phone, that's fine.
Okay.
They're going to do it by phone, so I'm going to let them do the report. Okay.
Okay. Buenas noches, soy Yvette García, vicepresidenta del Concilio de Educación Bilingüe. El Concilio de Educación Bilingüe está formado por padres bilingües, organizaciones comunitarias y educadores que representan y abogan por los derechos educativos para que nuestros estudiantes en el distrito tengan una educación bilingüe de calidad.
So at a certain point,
Perdóname, ellos quieren que Marisol...
we will need her to stop.
Ella lo va a decir en inglés para ellos. So, si puede darle un minuto para que ella pueda decir la translation, sí, después. ¿ok?
Okay. ¿Empiezo otra vez o lo pauso?
Good evening,
Pauso, y yo
Commissioners.
digo cuando empieza otra
The
vez.
report is actually in English in board docs. I can read from the report
Yeah,
if you'd
because,
like, or would you rather?
because there may be people watching that don't have access
So,
to
ellos
board
quieren que
docs.
yo lo lea en
So
inglés
why don't you
también,
go ahead and
porque hay
read
gente
or
que
just translate?
lo están viendo por la computadora.
Okay.
Okay, so deja que
Good evening, I'm Diveth Garcia, the Vice President of the Bilingual Education Council. I am here with the rest of the BEC officers. The Bilingual Education Council is made up of bilingual parents, community-based organizations, and educators representing and advocating for the educational rights to a quality bilingual education for our students in the district.
Ok, sigue, Dive.
¿Dónde me quedé, verdad?
Ajá, ¿dónde te quedaste?
Los siguientes son elementos en los que continuamos trabajando.
Sigue, tú puedes hacer los dos, ya dijo.
Continuamos trabajando en el departamento bilingüe para asegurar la participación de un estudiante aprendiz del idioma inglés, ELL, de cada escuela secundaria que alberga el programa de educación bilingüe.
Ok, pausa.
Todavía,
No, sigue. No, ella dijo que sigue otra vez. Sigue.
todavía estamos trabajando para identificar a qué representantes de padres del BC se le asignarán los 2 puestos en el Consejo Asesor de Liderazgo de Padres, FLAG, y el Comité Asesor de Padres de Educación Especial, CIPAC. Hemos experimentado barreras en el acceso al idioma con todos los grupos de padres y en reuniones del distrito que no tienen intérpretes disponibles. Esto es motivo de gran preocupación, ya que limita la capacidad del concilio para recibir información crítica, participar activamente en debates y expresar de forma proactiva las necesidades de aquellos a los que representan. También nos gustaría señalar que no hemos escuchado sobre los próximos pasos para la contratación y reinstalación del director ejecutivo y esperamos participar en el proceso de contratación. La reunión de diciembre del BC.
Can you just stop for a second to allow for the translation?
Dive, espérate un minuto, que pausa un minuto y ella va, que Marisol va a empezar en
The following are items we continue to work on. We continue to work with the bilingual department in securing 1 English language learner from each high school, which houses the bilingual education program. We are still working on identifying which BEC parent representatives will be assigned the 2 seats at the Parent Leadership Advisory Council and the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee. We have experienced barriers around language access with all parent groups and district meetings not having interpreters available. This is of great concern as it limits the council's ability to receive critical information, actively engage in discussions, and proactively express the needs of those the council represents. We would also like to note that we have not heard about the next steps for hiring and reinstating the executive director and look forward to engaging in the hiring process. I am assuming that the executive director is for the Office of Parent Engagement. Commissioner LeBron, can you confirm that, please?
So she said that Angie's in a better position to respond to that. I can text Angie and ask her. I'm going to make the assumption that they're talking about the position in the multi-language learning department versus the Office of Parent Engagement, but I will text Angie to confirm. Do you want her to continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, tú puedes seguir.
La reunión de diciembre del BC contó con una gran asistencia. El doctor Christopher Miller involucró a los padres en la diversificación del reclutamiento y la participación continua del BC en el proceso de entrevistas. Además, el concilio discutió las preocupaciones sobre las vacantes de las escuelas número 12 y la directora revisó su plan de acción. Se compartieron varias ideas y el BC expresó su preocupación por la falta de crecimiento y desarrollo de maestros y administradores latinos bilingües en el distrito. Los padres enfatizaron la importancia fundamental de tener administradores bilingües y de ESOL y ENL que dirijan las escuelas bilingües. ¿Continúo?
Sí, ella dijo que sí.
El director Morris habló sobre el cierre de escuelas y brindó una presentación completa. Los padres discutieron y compartieron sus preocupaciones con los recientes cierres y consolidaciones de escuelas. Nuestros nuevos directores de la escuela 17, 33 y 12 estarán en peligro debido a las restricciones y leyes sindicales. Por último, el Dr. Green involucró al Consejo con una presentación sobre los equipos de planificación de la base escolar. El Departamento Bilingüe publicará todas las presentaciones traducidas en la página de Facebook del BC y las enviará a la lista del Consejo para que otros padres tengan acceso. ¿Continúo?
No, espérate ahí, pausa un minuto. Ella va
The
a-
December BEC meeting was well attended. Dr. Christopher Miller engaged the parents around diversifying recruitment and continued engagement of the BEC in the interview process. In addition, the council discussed concerns around school number 12 vacancies, and the principal reviewed her plan of action. Several ideas were shared, and the BEC expressed concerns with the lack of growth and development for Latino bilingual teachers and administration in the district. Parents stressed the critical importance of having bilingual and ESOL, ENL administrators leading bilingual schools. Dr. Morris discussed school closings and provided a comprehensive presentation. Parents discussed and shared their concerns with the recent school closures and consolidations. Our newest principals for schools 17, 33, and 12 will be in jeopardy due to union restrictions and laws. Lastly, Dr. Green engaged the council with a presentation regarding school-based planning teams. The bilingual department will post all translated presentations on the BEC Facebook page and to the council's listserv for other parents to access.
El BC celebró su sesión de capacitación de representantes de padres para el 2 de diciembre del 2021. Todos los padres fueron capacitados sobre su rol y responsabilidades, la historia del BC y la educación bilingüe, y revisaron los estatutos. Llevaremos a cabo nuestra celebración anual del Día de los Reyes Magos el 4 de enero del 2022 en el 777 Clifford Avenue a partir de las 5 de la tarde. Tendremos un obsequio de drive-thru para las familias del distrito. Por último, presentamos los estatutos a la Junta de Educación. Todavía estamos esperando las preguntas escritas del Consejo de Educación o el Board of Education y la administración. Nos gustaría resolver este asunto antes de fin de año. Con esto concluye nuestro informe de actividades. Muchas gracias y una feliz Navidad.
The BEC held its parent representative training session on December 2nd, 2021. All parents were trained on their roles and responsibilities, the history of the BEC and bilingual education, and reviewed the bylaws. We will be holding our annual Three Kings Day celebration on January 4th, 2022 at 777 Clifford Avenue, starting at 5 p.m. We will have a drive-through gift giveaway for district families. Lastly, we presented the bylaws to the Board of Education. We are still waiting for the written questions from the Board of Education and administration. We would like to resolve this matter before the end of the year. That concludes our activity report. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Marisol, too.
Thank you. Now, where are we at with the technology?
So we're going to try one more time with those on Zoom. If things don't work out, then what we'll do is we'll have the speakers join us on January 3rd or 4th, or have invite persons to submit comments in writing. With regard to Superintendent Nelms, he has offered to just submit his presentation to the record. It is in board docs for all those needing to see. And then it sounds like we can hear Commissioner Adams quite fine, so we might be okay on that end. So we're going to try with Victoria. Victoria, can you try to speak? Victoria?
Hello?
Yes, okay. All right, Christmas miracle. All right, Victoria. Whenever you're ready to speak, you have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Victoria Galloway, and I'm a freshman at Young Women's College Prep. And I live in Rochester, in the city of Rochester. I've been attending YWCP since 7th grade, and I'm involved in yearbook club. While attending, I've been provided transportation to attend school. I have a few concerns about the proposed transportation plan. Without transportation, students at YWCP will be at risk. The spring of 2020 and the school year of 2020 to 2022, students had a lot of trouble with remote learning. And we didn't want to go back to that because of the transportation plan. Also, we should have a choice in the school that we attend because of the transportation, we might not have a choice. And concluding, the risk can also be an inconvenience to parents to take their children to school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Victoria, for joining us. We appreciate your comments tonight. Okay, we're going to go ahead and welcome our next speaker, who is Sarai Johnson, who is also joining us on Zoom and is a student discussing transportation. Sarai, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Okay, you're a little low. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Not really. Oh, I don't know. Nothing has changed. Sarai, I'm going to try to move on to another speaker, and then we'll come back, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, we're going to try and let Michaela Thompson, another student, into the room to address the board regarding transportation. Michaela, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Wonderful. Whenever you're ready, welcome, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Michaela. I'm a freshman at Young Women's College Prep. I've been attending YWCP since 7th grade. I live in the city of Rochester, and I've been relying on the transportation the city provides since I've started attending school. Me and my peers have a few concerns and opinions on why the transportation will no longer be provided. We rely on the transportation to get to and from school. Our grades will be at risk. A lot of my fellow classmates did not do well working remote. We feel that students get the best education in the building in front of teachers. It would also be a big inconvenience to parents who would now have to find a way to transport their kids or change their school to a city school, when they would prefer their kids to get an education at a charter school. They should not be punished for their choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Michaela. We appreciate your comments tonight. Our next speaker is Tatiana Martinez. Sarai, stay with us. We're going to try you last, okay? Tatiana Martinez is a student, and she is joining us on Zoom as well with regards to transportation.
Hello, my name is Tatiana Martinez, and I'm a senior at YWCP. I've also been here since 7th grade, involved in softball and National Honor Society. My mom knew this would be a perfect school for me based on multiple factors. For starters, the graduation rate at YWCP is 96%, as well as college acceptance rate sitting at 100%. I live in the city of Rochester and will be impacted on not having transportation due to Rochester City School District busing issues. When school started first in September, I did not have a bus for a month and a half. As well as when my transportation was resolved, my bus would still sporadically be late. I feel as though not only myself will be negatively impacted, but the future of the younger generation's education. So many opportunities, memories, and experiences are held at school. Pep rallies, field trips, friendships, college visits, and so much more. While I have had some issues with transportation, I'm thankful to get to school every day, and I hope that everyone else will be able to attend school at YWCP now and in the future. Young Women's College Prep believes in educating the whole girl, which includes academic achievement, career, and college preparation, leadership and personal and social development. Please take these words into consideration and do your best to save our education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. We appreciate you joining the board and presenting your thoughts tonight. I'm going to try Sarai one more time. Sarai, can you hear me? Sarai? Not hearing Sarai. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, Sarai, whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sarai Johnson. I'm a freshman at Young Women's College Prep, and I live in the city of Rochester. I have been attending YWCP since 7th grade, and I am involved in the yearbook club. I have been relying on public transportation since I started attending school. I have a few concerns and opinions on why public transportation is being taken away for charter schools and private schools. Me and my peers constantly rely on public transportation. I can't.
As a parent, and I really hope I do not butcher this name, Duanmani Fanola?
Hi. Hi, my name is Dumani.
Okay, wonderful. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes, okay?
Okay, thank you so much. Dear Commissioners and State Monitor, my name is Dumani Panela, and I am the proud parent to Ariadne and Kaliana, who attend Renaissance Academy Charter School of the Arts. We chose this school for many reasons, and one of the reasons being my oldest daughter, Ari, has an individualized education plan, an IEP. And this picture was taken 2 years ago when the RCS board cut her special education program. She lost her teachers and her speech pathologist. So I made the decision to leave the district because taking away their future growth. This doesn't just affect my daughters, Ari and Callie. This will also affect 3,500 other students. Our children deserve the right to an equal education. Just because these schools are outside city bounds does not mean our children do not benefit from them. They deserve access to schools and resources that best benefit them. And by voting to eliminate busing, you are taking away their access to any future opportunities with charter schools, private schools, and the urban suburban programs. So I am asking you to please consider our children. They are the minority in this situation, but they deserve to be heard and deserve access to the schools of their choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ashara Baker, a parent addressing the board regarding transportation. Ashara?
Yes.
Okay, whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Ashara Baker, and I'm a City of Rochester resident, as well as a proud parent of a kindergartner attending a charter school. Like the many families you have heard from tonight, I am completely heartbroken that my daughter's learning experience may be interrupted by an operational error. I'm here to discuss a few things. The first is my complete disappointment and disgust on missed opportunities for families like myself to participate in giving public comments. Students and families have been redirected to not sign up to speak for both the November 30th as well as the December 15th meetings. Irregardless if the topic of transportation was or was not on the agenda, by the hundreds of letters and written comments, we can all agree the topic deserves acknowledgement and a space for stakeholders to talk. The second is the lack of concern for families. Many families who have not received or have received replies from district staff who want to ensure them that the busing will continue for this year. I want to make this clear. We understand busing will not be interrupted for the current 21 and 22 school year. What is not being acknowledged is you proposing to eliminate buses for the 22-23 school year. Your response is dismissing our initial cause for concern. Your replies do not speak to the long-term disruption of services. Schools and families cannot function only thinking about guaranteed transportation for one academic year. Please reconsider for the thousands of City of Rochester families who have chosen different programs to fit their child's learning and religious needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Ashara. We appreciate your comments. Our next speaker is Deasia Boyd, I believe. Is she joining us on Zoom? Okay, we're just waiting for her to be connected to audio. Deasia, can you hear me? Okay, looks like not connected to audio just yet. Okay, we're going to move on to our next speaker in the interest of time, and we'll come back to Deasia once we get her connected to audio. Lashana Booth is our next speaker, a parent who is also addressing the board with regard to transportation. Lashana? Lashana, can you hear me? Okay, so I'm going to try to move on to our next speaker, who is Cherie Wright Banda, a parent also addressing the board with regard to transportation. We'll try and circle back around with Deasia or Lashana. Cherie, are you there? Nothing? Nothing. Okay, we will try with Joshua Banda, a parent addressing the board with regards to transportation.
Hold on a second.
Okay, is that Lashana?
It is. I'm sorry. I've been waiting on hold. I thought something was wrong. I apologize.
Okay, so I'm gonna, Joshua, I see that you are also on. We're just gonna take Lashana, as she did sign up to speak before you, and then we'll circle back around. Lashana?
Yes.
When you're ready, you can turn on your video, and then you have 3 minutes to speak.
Sure. Do you mind if I leave my video off?
That's fine.
Thank you. So I am actually coming before the board today in regards to some policy that was proposed by the superintendent in regards to changes to transportation for specifically, I know that charter school students will be impacted, and I want to be sure to express my concern with such a change as that, considering the fact that I truly do not feel that this change really puts the students first. And the reason I say that is because we know that we live in a community where there are a lot of children who are impacted by poverty. And if we know that they're impacted by poverty and they have made a choice to choose another district or another educational opportunity that will meet their needs, and to remove or alter transportation to that program, that's absolutely not considering students or putting students first. And so I'm here today to let the board know that I would absolutely urge you not to approve or consider such a decision or policy as that without at least consulting with the parents to think of alternate ways, especially because I've done my research and I understand that although it may not be the responsibility of the district, I do know that this community should express their concern or show their concern for caring for the students and ensuring that they have a education where they can continue on building up our community, because we know that children are so important. And I know I care, if anyone cares about their children as much as I do, they want to make sure that they get a good educational, they want to make sure that they get a good education, and that it's a system that aligns with the family's values. So I'm here today to express my displeasure with that, and I want this board to know that I will absolutely continue to fight against this policy, as it does not demonstrate any concern for the children or parents that it will impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lashana. We appreciate your comments tonight. Oh, okay, so it does appear that we have the next speaker, who is Cherie Wright Banda, following which we will have Joshua Banda. So Cherie, can you hear me? Cherie?
Yes, hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, you're able to speak for 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. This is actually my third time addressing the board and my second time participating in our public forum. I'm here this time to humbly ask on behalf of all Rochester families that have children in the urban, suburban, charter, and private schools that are impacted by this proposal to eliminate our transportation. I address commissioners asking you to think of your own children. Yes, this is my third time, but as a parent, what would you do? I address commissioners who may not agree with this proposal, who wholeheartedly do not agree. I ask that you take a stand and hold fast to your conviction to save our children. For the commissioners that are on the fence or may have made up their minds to vote against us, I ask you now to reconsider and listen to what each of us have to say. We are counting on you as our board to make the best decision for our children, for it affects our community. My most pressing question is, what is being done to recruit bus drivers for the upcoming school year? We block our children from reaching their full potential when their academic needs have not been met. Again, I ask, if these were your children, what would you do? I intend on continuing to share with each and every stakeholder, every decision maker of my personal story, my life, and my children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cherie. We appreciate you joining us tonight. I'm now going to welcome Joshua Banda to speak, also addressing the board as a parent on transportation. Joshua, can you hear us?
Yes. Good evening. My name is Joshua Banda, and I live here in the city and attend school through the Urban Suburban program. I'm here to ask the school board commissioners to vote no to eliminating transportation to students outside the district. My brother is enrolled in the urban suburban program at Pittsburgh, and I attend Penfield. Many look at this issue of eliminating transportation as a way to ensure more bus drivers for the Rochester City School District, but I look at it as racial equity issue, their choice of schools. My parents have always taught me that a quality education is the key to a future for my brother and me. I have been in the Penfield School District since the first grade, and I don't think that anyone should have the right to determine where I go or where my brother goes to school. In fact, in my view, I would hope the Rochester City School District encourages choice and access to other schools because they would like me to come back and contribute to a community in which I grew up in and currently live. If we are not able to return to our schools for lack of transportation, then where would you have us go? With some of our top schools already at capacity, where do you intend to send me and other students like me to? And how are you going to guarantee that I get the same quality of education that I have been receiving in Penfield for the last 12 years? The answer to that question alone requires that more thought and more time goes into making this decision. The experiences that we have in urban, suburban, charter, and private schools allow us to become better prepared for the world as we know it. As students, we've heard all kinds of reasons as to why this is even being considered, but I challenge the school board to find a different way to solve this issue that is before you. I can assure you, taking away the opportunity for me and my brother and all the students this issue impacts from getting what we consider the education that we choose is not the way. Thank you in advance for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Joshua, and I do apologize. Joshua is a student, not a parent. Thank you, Joshua, for joining us tonight. All right, so we're going to try to go back to Deasia Boyd, if she can hear us. Okay, Deasia, I see you've joined on a different device. Maybe you can hear us this time? Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Wonderful. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes and welcome.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna just have to read it off of my phone. Okay. So, good evening, esteemed board members. My name is Deasia Broiled. I'm the parent of Dion Broiled Cooper. My child attends Renaissance Academy Charter School of the Arts. We currently reside in the city school district limits. A bus may not seem that important to some, but it has helped change my daughter's academic standing. It's the first thing that she sees to start her school day and the last thing she sees when it ends. Let me give you a little more insight. I was excited when Dion got accepted into Renaissance Academy, an opportunity I thought would never come because she has autism and ADHD. Since being at Renaissance, my child has had a decrease in behavioral issues, which are virtually non-existent, and an increase in academics. This is mainly due to the structure and routines of the school, two things that my child needs having autism. This is also due to the amazing arts program of dance, art, and music, just to name a few. This gives her extra movement breaks and sensory output that she needs throughout the day. That no other school offers in Rochester. The rigor of the classrooms keep my daughter motivated, making her more independent. Before attending Renaissance, my daughter was barely forming letters, let alone sentences. Since attending, she will ask a teacher to help dictate, and she will take the initiative to ask for a separate piece of paper to rewrite her dictations herself. If that's not striving for excellence, as her school model states, I don't know what is. The routine and structure does not start in the classroom. It starts when a child gets on the bus in the morning. In closing, I would like to say none of her growth and the opportunities would have happened if she didn't get on a bus. Without the bus, my child's academic opportunities are limited to schools that possibly won't fit her needs. The students have already had enough loss and changes with the pandemic. Losing a bus and possibly a school will be another dramatic change for a child. And I feel like the children don't need that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for joining us, Deja. We appreciate your comments tonight.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too as well. Our next speaker is Janice Kapoor, I believe. Is Janice in the waiting room? Okay, so then I will move on to a Rose Bates. Okay, Rosie Bates is joining the room. Ms. Bates, are you able to hear us? Okay. All right. I do have you on video, Rosie. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes, if you can hear us.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Sorry, I had to kind of make things on the fly here. I'm a parent of 2 children in the city, one of which is in the urban suburban program in Webster, and she has been for 5 years now. My son is in pre-K, so he's not yet in the urban suburban, but we do plan on putting him in there as well. I just wanted to join the meeting to highlight and express, extreme concern for a generation of children who are going to be affected by this decision in the greatest way. Many of these children live in families who don't have a history of high education. They live in poverty. I myself was a product of the city school district, and I did lose my way, get back on track and see a clear path for my children. I just want to emphasize to the people making the decision that this will change not only these children's trajectory in life, but their ability to survive in a lot of cases. Many of the children in the city who switch from city programs to suburban programs, if they're like mine, these children have a little bit of a rocky start, but end up flourishing in these environments. And not only does this affect their education, it affects their lives. So to everyone making the decision, I just say that you all have the ability to critically affect a generation of children. And with that much power in your hands, I just ask that you please make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Rosie. We appreciate your comments tonight. Our last speaker is Shelley Rosenberg, a staff member who is addressing the board with regard to testing. She was joining us in person, but she's on Zoom, I hear. Okay.
Hello?
Yes. Is this Shelley?
Yes, sorry, I'm trying to start. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Okay.
Hi.
All right, Shelley, whenever you're ready, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello, I'm a Rochester City resident and a former ESL teacher at Helen Barrett Montgomery School 50. I say former because I don't teach anymore. I am a full-time testing monitor now. My days of true teaching are few and far between. I'm very concerned about the amount of testing we are having our students do as opposed to giving them actual instruction. Let me highlight some of the over-testing we're doing. We have done math and ELA for multiple days for the NWEA. Multiple days it takes our kids to do these tests. Me as an ESL teacher, I had to give the NICETEL an ESL assessment to our ELs in September. That was over a week of no instruction to my English language learners in their classes because I was testing all day. We had to give common formative assessments in math and ELA for multiple days, which meant instruction stopped. We've had to do now the iReady for math and ELA for multiple days, and therefore no instruction. Most recently, I had to give the Lost Links assessment for English language learners. I was out of the classroom for 2 weeks, no instruction for my kids. And the main problem is no instruction. We are so focused on giving diagnostic tests that we're missing teaching. It's no secret that our students perform lower than other districts. And I argue that it is 100% our fault because students are not receiving the same number of days of instruction as other districts. We are professionals with master's degrees in our content areas. We know where our students' levels are, but we're not trusted to do this aspect of our job. We have assessments built into our days, but it's not trusted. As a result, students spend their days staring at a computer screen, completing assessments we already know the outcome of instead of engaging with content which will actually help them grow. Our students have the same capabilities and potential as any other student in the country, and they are being denied the opportunity to live up to that potential. More testing doesn't solve this problem. Teaching solves it. Students actively learning solves it. So I recently returned back to the classroom after giving the Lost Links test for 2 weeks to our ELs. While giving this assessment, my kids did not receive any of the mandated services that they are required to receive in the classroom. They had just finished the iReady ELA assessment. They had just completed the common formative assessment. They did the NWEA in reading. They already took an ESL assessment in the fall. One of the reasons we're administering this test supposedly is because of our citation from the state, because of our high number of long-term ELs. The solution's not to continue testing and get the same results. The solution would be to devote time to actually supporting and teaching these students. Instead of spending more money on testing measures, please invest in the teachers and the students. You wonder why teachers are leaving our district? This is why. Please give our kids the same opportunity your students have, Commissioner Malloy, in Brighton, the same opportunity they have in Hilton, in Gates, in Geneva.
Ma'am?
It's not hard. Why are we doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results?
Thank you.
Our kids deserve better. Shame on us for constantly testing.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, that was our last speaker. Thank you, Shelley, for joining us tonight. We also had 10 comments entered to the record on the topics of transportation. And so those are available on the website, and the board members have received these as well for their review. So we appreciate those submitting comments to the record as well. That concludes the speaker's portion of this evening.
Thank you very much. Okay, all right. As our clerk said, we appreciate the speakers offering up their commentary. If anybody did not have a chance to review those statements, written statements, they are provided, as our clerk said, on board docs. Next item on the agenda is so there was no student advisory report. We got bilingual parent advisory council. We had that. So we're all set on the advisory council reports. There's no executive session materials to be presented tonight. Next item on the agenda is committee reports. There is no CIGR report. I understand that there's an ESA, that's Equity and Student Achievement Committee report. Vice President Elliott?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask that it just be filed. I won't read this report. People who want to review the report can go on board docs to review it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice President Elliott. Appreciate that. And other commissioners should feel free to do that as well. Next, we have, I know we can't do that with Finance. Finance Committee report, Commissioner LeBron.
I was going to do the same thing, but if you would like me to read it for the record, I got to motion it. Oh, I got to read it anyway. Okay. Okay, here we go. My Finance Committee convened as Committee of the Whole on Tuesday, December 21st, 2021. The Finance Committee discussions focused on the following items: a review of the resolution slated for the January 2022 business meeting with fiscal implications, a review of the November 2021 financial reports, and a review of the November claims audit report with our external auditors, the Naraki Smith LLP. Much of the discussion focused on the upcoming 2022-23 budget season. CFO Pierce and Budget Director Hassler proposed a new version of the budget book, and the committee began the process of weighing in on this proposal. This discussion is anticipated to continue in a January work session with the finance team, date still to be determined. It is hoped that we will come to an agreement for how the book will be presented to the board and the public in the upcoming year. I also share a draft of the 2023 budget calendar. There are several dates still to be determined as they rely on the pending changes in the city government leadership. As it relates to the budget deliberation dates, the following tentatively proposed and will hopefully be added to the calendar when we also add the city release dates is Tuesday, April 12, 2022 after the ESA committee, and Thursday, April 14, 2022. This time I would like for a motion to accept the 22-23 budget calendar in lieu of the changes to be made. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
1 second, let me just open the voting.
Okay. Are you doing it on board docs?
The vote is now open for vote.
Kali, not mine, so do mine. Oh, yep.
Commissioner Adams, your vote?
You hear that?
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. So that passes the financial reports review. The Finance Committee recommends the approval of the district's unaudited November 2021 financial report and trend analysis, the 21-22 first quarter annual student activity funds and elementary activity accounts report, the monthly charter schools report, and the November 2021 claims audit report. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And Kali is going to put it up on board docs, and while she does that, I'm going to continue. As referenced in the new board committee meeting schedule, I just want to remind everyone that the Finance Committee will be meeting in person every other month with the financial reports and the updates presented in the board business meetings when there is no Committee of the Whole for Finance. So our next in-person Finance Committee meeting of the whole is February 15th, 2022. And that concludes my report, President White.
All right. We're moving along here. Appreciate
Can we
that.
hold on just a second?
Yes. Commissioner Powell?
I see the student activity report, I see the November finance reports, but I don't see the quarterly claims audit report on board docs.
Let me check to see if it's in a closed section. But it was shared in the Finance Committee meeting
I
as well.
understand, it's
Yeah.
just, it's not physically here to be part of our public record.
I will update that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions regarding the Finance Committee report? There being none, let's move on to, there is no Governance Committee report. Is that right, Commissioner Malloy? Nope.
Nope.
Right. And there is no HR Committee report. Is that correct, Vice President Elliott?
That's correct.
And then we have Policy. Commissioner Powell?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just found another thing. We voted on the reports, but the board docs agenda refers to the budget calendar. Are we going to vote on that or not vote on that?
You voted on that before the reports. That was before, we voted on that before the reports.
Oh, I thought we took the monthly report as one vote and the other two reports was the second. I guess I wasn't keeping track. Thank you. Okay, Policy Committee. My written report is on board docs, but I do need to guide you through the bouncing ball here. If you've been logged on since the beginning of the meeting, you'll need to refresh your board docs because Policy 2410 wasn't there when we sat down, and now it is. As you'll recall, we're trying to get the timing right on our policy adoption process so that each of the readings occurs at our monthly business meetings for maximum opportunity for the public to engage with us. You will now find Policy 2410 track changes and clean copy, such as it is, under new business first readings. I'm hoping that it won't actually be treated as first reading. I hope we will. We did talk about this last business meeting, but we didn't have it on board docs to see. And I hope that we will waive our adoption process long enough to actually vote on Policy 2410. But we'll take that up under new business. We do have also under the second readings, which are the finance policies. This is actually the final reading and vote on the finance policies because we did a second reading at one of our committees on account of Policy 2410 hasn't actually been updated yet. So I know it's terribly confusing, but we'll try to get through it when we get down into new business. As for what's coming up, the committee did meet on December 7th and approved 5 more policies to move forward out of committee. So they will start the cycle of the 3 readings starting in January. I think that summarizes my report. The next scheduled meeting is January 4th, as has already been indicated, starting at 5:30.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. Any questions for Commissioner Powell? Thank you. Commissioner Clark, Audit Committee, this is your last report, so make all you can of it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, the Audit Committee convened as a committee of the whole on Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. The Audit Committee met with external auditor Catherine Barrett from Freed Max CPAs to discuss the results of the financial audit for the year ended June 30th, 2021. The audited financial information and related audit opinions are included in the annual comprehensive financial report, or the ACFR, which has been provided to you electronically and in hard copy. Ms. Barrett presented highlights and discussed key financial items identified during the annual audit. She also responded to various questions from the board regarding financial results. Resolution 345 is requesting the board to formally accept the independent auditor's report and student activity reports from Freed Max CPAs, which are contained within the ACFR. It also requests the management letter and district corrective action be accepted for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021, and directs the reports to be filed with the Commissioner of Education and State Comptroller. So at this point in time, I'm requesting acceptance of Resolution 345.
So moved.
Second.
Any?
Aye.
Thanks.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Very good. Did we go out of order there?
We miss you, Commissioner Adams, but
Right.
we appreciate your randomized there.
The vote is open for 3:45.
Let me see, I couldn't hold my glasses on so that I showed it.
Okay, the next audit committee meeting will be March 1st, 2022. Thank you. And that concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. This is my last President's report. And I, again, will repeat what I said probably countless times. Thank you to everyone, particularly for the presentation today. It appeared that there was quite a bit of creativity and thought put into it. I want to thank Vanna White. I don't know where she went, but she did a wonderful job. And I appreciate, again, the creativity and the humor. Today, thank you, Leslie, for the cookies. I don't know what I'm going to do with all those cookies. Bill Johnson told me they freeze really well. So, but by the time I learned that, I'd given away about a quarter of them. So no, I'm talking about the chocolate. Those are good. Those sugar cookies are good, but Leslie's chocolate chip cookies are amazing, and I gave them away. Shoot. But I do really appreciate that, and we're laughing now, and Leslie and I have said this before, but humor is really, I was at a meeting with Cynthia and someone from, what's the name of that organization where we went to lunch? Yeah. And we were just cracking up the whole time. Mm-hmm. And I really, it's unfortunate you all don't see that I have a really crazy sense of humor. This job doesn't really give you a chance to do that much, but you really have to take some time to do that in these kind of jobs. And so that leads to my second to last remark. Today I sent you all an email, and Sean referenced it. I realize it was very long. Even I don't write emails normally that long, but I can tell you in my 14 years here, I've seen people leave the district, then get in the news and give scathing reviews about the district. I've seen high-level leaders do that. And really vent about all the people that they didn't like and how they were treated. And I was hell-bent on not doing that. If you read, and again, at your leisure, I'm not expecting anybody to respond. I wanted to make sure that as a board member of 14 years, I shared with you my thoughts about my experiences on this board. And I hope they have some value and some meaning to you, and I hope that you walk away feeling that I didn't do what other people do when they leave a job that they have some anxiety about. Again, my goal was to be productive and positive, and I hope if you read it, you will see that's in fact what I have done. Finally, I wanted you all, someone said, well, why didn't you wear a shirt, a suit, tie? As you can see, I wore this the fire initiative. And I wore it purposely, intentionally, because I want you all to know I am not going anywhere. I was doing this stuff before I got on the board. I'm going to continue to do it as I go forward. I wore it because I want you all to know, and I've said this to Leslie, really, my email address has never changed for, 30 years? It's not going to change now. I didn't use the district email address, which our lawyers probably thought I should have. But I want you to know that same email address and that same cell number that you have will be available to you to call me to bring out my civil rights bus, have me speak to a class about young people who might want to be lawyers. I am changing my title. I am not changing my vision and function of who I am for this community. So I would encourage you to call that same person that you know, and I will be there for you. That ends my President's report. Next item on the agenda is the Superintendent's report. I know Sean said he was going to submit his in writing.
Well, he's still on the Zoom. He was able to rejoin us.
Okay.
I'll be quick, Van. I'll just say that I'm going to submit my report to board docs.
All right.
And I'm going to encourage individuals to follow the East Facebook page. East Facebook page highlights a lot of the accomplishments of our staff and students and community. And tonight's report was some of those celebrations. So I just encourage the board and community to look on board docs and find the PowerPoint presentation and to review it. And to everyone, have a happy holidays and happy Kwanzaa, whatever celebration that you have within the final days of 2021.
Thank you. Any questions for Sean? All right, Dr. Myers-Small, you're up.
I'm going to be brief as well. Just this first slide, I think I just want to highlight and uplift the incredible talent that is in the district, and the holiday cards that each of the commissioners have reflect this piece of artwork from one of our scholars at school number 10. So I certainly hope you enjoy that. Tom, you don't have to go through my PowerPoint. I'll just quickly highlight a couple of things in that. One, just don't forget that as far as winter weather, we have three snow days or inclement weather days that we can use. And after that time, if the weather is harsh this year, after the 3, we will shift to remote learning for students and for staff. Additionally, we did send information out to staff and to families. It did pick up a lot of media attention. We are not intending to shift to remote at this time, but we certainly wanted our families, our scholars, and our staff to be prepared should something shift. This is the holiday time, and we know that infection rates are increasing, and so we just want our families, our scholars, and our staff to be prepared should we need to quickly pivot to remote. And again, if we shifted to remote, it would be by school. The only way or reason that we would go remote for the entire district if outside Governor Hochul, or if at the county level that was determined. But it's just really a precautionary measure to make sure we are prepared should we need to make that quick shift. As President White mentioned, I do want to thank our dads who have been participating in FIRE. This morning, Jimmy Highsmith Jr., who is a Rochester City School District alumnus, played jazz and holiday favorites for our scholars as they entered Franklin, and it really was very nice. And he shared with me that we'll be able to reveal very shortly an initiative that he'll be launching in the summer that capitalizes on his talents, and he plans to share that with our young people. So very excited about that. We have significant philanthropy in the district. Kelly Briggs, our Executive Director of Community and Strategic Partnerships, is leading the Winter Coat Drive. We already have over 300 coats that have been donated. I know that staff and some of our commissioners have donated, so thank you to you. Just recently, we were able to feed over 1,200 families, which is wonderful. We know that that certainly is a need. We continue to be extremely supportive of adopting a particular school or schools. And then we also have donations that were collected from our sports teams and other entities, all on the behalf of our scholars. We have some of our students who are on local Broadway, and they are participating in a Christmas Carol. So we had 3 students participate in that, 2 from School of the Arts and 1 from school number 8. So I'd like to just give a shout out to them. We have some staff who have done some amazing things and been recognized. We have a teacher who is recognized as a teacher hero of COVID from School 39, and you can see her picture and the information depicted there. We have 2 teachers who are the recipients most recently of Golden Apple Awards, one teacher from RIA and another from the Leadership Academy for Young Men. So congratulations and a huge shout out to our teachers. We had another staff member that was instrumental in helping to save literally another colleague, and his quick thinking and intervention made all of the difference, and our staff members doing well as a result of their colleague just being very, very quick and being very attentive to their colleague who was in medical need. And then certainly last but not least, we want to say congratulations to Dr. Green. We certainly appreciate her significant, yes, please give her a round of applause. We appreciate her significant contributions to thousands upon thousands of students in the Rochester City School District, the mentorship that she has provided to teachers, to principals, and to others. Dr. Green has extensive experience and knowledge that she has passed on to others, and we did celebrate her today, much to her not wanting to celebrate, because she's just that type of person. She just puts her nose to the grindstone and wants to do the work. But as we've said multiple times, this is not goodbye. This is that we simply will see you later. We have made sure that we've updated our security system, so when you do come into schools, you will not be labeled as an intruder. So we are just very excited that you are going to be a partner, continue to partner with us, and you get to serve so many other young people as well as adults in the city of Rochester. So if we could just give one more round of applause to Dr. Shirley Green. And then I do want to say thank you here at the board meeting, certainly to President White and to Commissioner Clark. It has certainly been my honor and my pleasure to co-labor with you both. You both have shown just your dedication and commitment to our scholars, and I just so appreciate the work that you do. People do not realize the significant work and time that it takes to be a dedicated board trustee, commissioner, member in a school district, and you all do it so effortlessly. And I just want to say thank you. And again, this is not goodbye either to either of you, but it is certainly we'll see you later, and we appreciate the long hours, the sometimes sleepless nights, and the hard decisions that you've had to vote on, but you are very student-centered, and we do appreciate that. So congratulations on the next leg of your journey, and we look forward to seeing you continue to make contributions in our community. Thank you. And then just finally, I do want to thank Glenn, Marisol, Mike, Carmine, Demario, Rhonda, Shirley, Carlene, Janelle, Kathy, Chris, and Adrian for just really persevering and pushing through. This has been certainly, I know, a difficult opening to the school year, but all of you have really worked together individually and collectively to help us problem solve and to help us move forward. And so I want to wish each of you a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Kwanzaa, winter solstice, happy holidays, and please, please take at least a day and do not check the email. Do not check it. But I wish you the best, and I just thank you for your continued support, and more importantly, the work that you do on behalf of the scholars in Rochester. Thank you.
Any questions for the superintendent? I saw Commissioner Powell, you'd raise your hand, and I'll work my way back this way.
Thank you. This is on the topic of the possibility of closing due to COVID. And it's not coming from me. I'm relaying a message from my son, if I might. So no judgments. I don't have an opinion per se, but Alex indicated that he and his colleagues at School of the Arts had had a conversation about what ifs, and asked if it were possible, if something should happen between now and February break, along those lines, that we could just move February break into that space where if closing or going remote were an option, as opposed to as a substitute for missing in-person days. So students are thinking that they would give up February break or ask to have it moved on the calendar to fill the space that any COVID-related closings might cause, in exchange for being able to continue to have school in person. Understanding that if COVID outbreak gets worse, there's not much we can do to keep everyone safe. But I really appreciated that they were thinking about it and really thinking outside the box about what options were out there. And it just as a reminder, especially since we haven't seen our student representative here, just a reminder of what great things our students can bring to the table. So I'm just passing on the word. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner LeBron? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So on the other end of that is, as a parent of a 10-year-old, I'm going to advocate that we don't close schools, but then also that, so first let me just say it's kind of frustrating to kind of hear it as a parent from like that notice. I saw the HR send a message out, but also that the educators were sending to the students the message to take home their Chromebooks because of the variant. Now, I did ask about this a few weeks ago, whether these were even conversations being had at the district, and I was told no, that it was actually some other Rochester that exists somewhere else in another state. But I say that because my child is not in high school. My child cannot legally stay home by herself. And I'm a parent who has privileges and resources and older children that I can utilize for childcare, but there are many parents in our district who do not have that. And to just give them the notice when they're going on break that we may not return, but just in case, but we don't know yet, for me, that's not enough. What about our parents that work? And then they may be on vacation or taking time off because of the break and the holiday, but then expected to return back to the full workforce January 3rd. So I'm going to ask that we do everything possible not to close schools, but if we have to because of COVID, that we are providing childcare and alternatives for families. And I have to put that out there because we cannot close the same way we closed last year, and our economy can't even handle it locally. So I just want to say that and uplift that not every child in the district is legally able to be home alone, that we have a lot of working families who don't have the supports and resources to be home with their children or have jobs that give them the privileges to work from home. And I would not support moving February break. I appreciate that students have feedback on that, but our educators who also utilize February recess and breaks for their own families, I think that would create a collective bargaining nightmare. I just want to put that out there. But we also have to be mindful of our educators and their families and their kids. So I'm going to advocate against school closures, but I also want to uplift that we're not having that conversation today about school closures. But as we're talking about COVID and keeping folks 6 feet, 3 feet apart and creating spaces, that we're also talking about closing schools and condensing kids in these spaces at the same time. So I know we'll get into this a little bit later into the year, but I just wanted to put that on record that we're having this conversation around COVID, keeping folks apart, but then also condensing them while this pandemic makes its way up again with the coming back around with these new variants. So that's all I'm going to say for now. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron.
Do you need to respond to that in any way?
No.
Okay. Vice President Elliott?
So my question has to do with, I heard it in the media, but I didn't get anything from, I don't know if any other board members got anything, but let me just ask you, knowing the fact that we may have to go remote, has there been a plan developed in order to go remote?
Yes, Dr. Black has been working with the chiefs. And again, if we did, it would be under very drastic situations, but you can see Pittsford School District did have to have an emergency closing. My biggest, really one of my major concerns is if we don't have enough drivers and we just can't bring scholars to school. And so, but they have developed what it would look like, and we would go back to being synchronous, right?
So, yeah, so is there a written plan available? And I would think if there's a written plan, is it on our website so that parents are aware of that plan? I mean, we don't need to wait to the last minute.
Sure.
And then, give them a plan, because they have to make arrangements as well. So is there a plan available that says what is going to be done if we have to go remote?
There is a written plan available, but it isn't on the website. I don't think, oh, it is? Oh, through our reopening plan, that's right. It is on our reopening plan, yes.
So is there a way, is that sort of embedded in another overall document, or can that be separated out so that parents can have easy access to that document?
Good evening. So our plan remains unchanged and is reminiscent of what we shared in the beginning of the year around our shift to remote learning and our pivot plan. We can go in and highlight that, but we are not deviating from our initially shared plan, which is if we have to go to our pivot and go remote, we call it on day one. It'd be an asynchronous day. On day two, we'd be a synchronous instructional day.
So everybody at this point has a Chromebook at home? For home? Where are we with that if we have to go remote? And did they turn in those Chromebooks when we came back into in-person?
Good evening, Vice President Elliott. All students in the district, from what we can tell, have been assigned a Chromebook. Any student that does not have a Chromebook has denied or has not taken one because of a specific request. We still have over 2,000 hotspots that are unactivated that we can deploy, but we've deployed hotspot to every student that's requested one. So I believe we're in a good position right now if we do have to go to a remote situation.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner LeBron.
Just reiterate that, we're having these conversations and it exists in a plan that was created months ago, and it is in an embedded document. And then we anticipate or expect folks who are not part of the system to know this jargon, to know where to look, to go digging for that plan to get some answers. But again, the impact that this is going to have, and I'm not even talking about the mental health impact that it will have on children who did not fare well with this plan in the first place. The other piece I do want to uplift, because we were at RIA this week, Vice President Elliott and myself, is the multiple languages that students are not going home with this information. It's being sent in English. And then we're expecting either young children to either translate it to their parents or family members, or not communicated or translated at all. So the parents are, again, having to hear some of this through a filtered lens, if you will, from their own child, and the confusion that creates. But then I also have to uplift that we literally were given the CARE Act dollars and the federal government dollars to literally reopen schools and keep them open as safely as possible. That was, we got all of these dollars. And while we're hiring people in central office, we need to be figuring out how we're gonna keep school open, or if we do have to go virtual, how we're gonna create childcare plans with those dollars for our families who have to have jobs where they have to physically be there in person and don't have the support. And that is literally the majority of our district if you look at our poverty rates in this community and in this particular district. I don't want to, when it's convenient for us to compare ourselves to a suburban school district, they're not us. And those students do not face the same challenges that our students in this community and in this district face. So I hate when we do that. And we cannot do it when it's convenient for us and separate ourselves from us when it's not convenient for us. I don't want to do that.
President White?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Adams' hand is raised in the Zoom.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Adams? Okay.
Yeah, I want the community to know I'm going into this new year and acknowledging, for me, what I've seen is the the two top issues are this reconfiguration thing getting ready to happen in transportation, the concerns of the threat of losing transportation. And I'm going to be giving that a lot of thought going into the new year. But I need to shout out and acknowledge the amazing parents who there's no threat of losing transportation. They have already lost transportation and who have found a way to get their kids to school. If you go to the schools in the morning time, you will see just unheard of numbers of parents, community members, staff members, bringing these kids, doing what they had to do because of the bus shortage of drivers. We had to eliminate the 1.5-mile waiver that was going on. And I just want them to know that we see you, we thank you. You made it happen. We got through the year and getting a lot of those kids to school. And so thank you from me and the rest of the board members.
Vice President Elliott?
Yeah, I just want to, one of the couple of other questions that I have, and one is in reference to what Commissioner Adams just said. I've got a lot of questions on the school reconfiguration, and I think what I would like to offer my colleagues is that we meet on a weekly basis to determine, this school reconfiguration, because, you all are asking us to vote on this in February. And, let me just say, I'm not in agreement with it. And so we may have to look at some alternatives. And I'm just talking about me. So we're going to have to do that. And let me just advise you all to make sure we get the information way in ahead of time so we can react to it, and we can study it, and we can research it. I don't think we had sufficient time to do that. And I no longer want to be rushed on anything. So let's make sure we're giving it to the board in plenty enough time that we can react to it, we can research it, and we can study it ourselves. So I say that to you, Madam Superintendent. And then just a couple other things. One is that I'm kind of disappointed that I received notice of the community forum the day of.
Which one was that?
Didn't you have a community initiative on Saturday?
Yeah, the one on Saturday.
Didn't get it until the day of.
Oh,
And so,
okay.
and let me say this, the community, a couple of things I'll say. One is that the community is probably wondering where we are. I don't know if some of the board members are able to come, but the community is probably wondering where we were and we didn't get the information. That's number one. Number two is that we had a high in that meeting when we had it, the first one in person. And what the community says, that they will see. They're suspicious because, we have these sort of high-level kinds of, initial meetings, and then they sort of just, go down. And so let's not disappoint our community. I'm telling you, let's not disappoint our community. I see them as being the most valuable stakeholders out there. And if we don't appreciate them, and I don't know how the meeting went, but I know I wasn't there. And I would have loved to have been there if I would have known in advance. So I'm putting that on record, and I'm hoping that it don't happen again, because I'll call it out again. So make sure that we're there with our community. All right? And then lastly, I just want to give a shout out again. Commissioner LeBron said she and I were at RIA, but Mary also told us about the coats that people have donated to the students and the staff and the families over there. So just from the Board of Education, we want to thank those donors. She's got a great advisory committee that meets every, I believe, Tuesday morning over there, and a lot of stakeholders. She's got a number of coats over there, and a lot of donations she gets. So I just want to, from this dais, thank her staff, and thank the donors who provided the coats for our students and families. Thank you, Mr. President. That's and let me just end by saying, it's been a pleasure working with you. As I said earlier, we've had our downs, but I think we're on the upside, and much success in whatever you are going to be doing. Thank you, Mr. President. Yep. That's it.
I just have one brief comment. It really reiterates what some other folks have said about the COVID closure, possibility of COVID closure. I know you have to talk about it. I would just ask, and I'm not saying it's not done, but and all districts are dealing with this uncertainty. But please make sure that if it should come to pass, I too would really like to avoid it. I know you would too. A couple of other board members have said that. I think that's generally the research says that to put kids out of the building is really a detriment to their learning experience. So I hope that that doesn't happen. But if for some reason it does happen, please make sure, and I'm not saying there isn't a plan already, make sure that plan is very clear, all the T's are dotted, the I's are crossed. What I remember hearing most was particularly staff members saying they had no idea what the plan was when the kids were told that they couldn't be at school. Now, you probably heard some of that same stuff, and I'm not here to sort of figure out whether that was accurate or not, but there was a lot of complaints about that. So don't give anybody any reason to articulate complaints that aren't even legitimate. Make that plan very clear, make sure that it is very thoughtful and identifies every possible eventuality that could happen when a teacher is being asked to do distance learning. And then most importantly, and I'm not saying you guys didn't do it before, I believe you did, make sure the plan is communicated to people so that you have a paper trail that says when somebody says, and you know they will say, Leslie, oh, we didn't know anything about it. Make sure there is a paper trail that describes when people were given professional development about that plan, and please, that's got to be a part of it. One of the big complaints was people said they didn't know how they were supposed to do X, Y, and Z. I'm not telling you guys something you don't know already, but please make sure you have a clear plan that is available to people right now. Talk to them about it right now. Do you know I got a call from the New York State Health Commissioner as a robocall.
Oh, yeah.
And many of you probably got it on your voicemail right now. That's the kind of proactive, and you're not driving people to panic, but you've got to prepare people for this possible eventuality. Otherwise, it's going to be a nightmare, and it's going to be problematic for our kids. So please plan and communicate that plan. And I would respectfully submit, I'm not the expert here, but that planning and communication should begin now. And not saying, oh, we're going to close, but in event that it does, blah, 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 blah. That's got to be clear to people. So I'm set. Any other questions or comments for the superintendent? All right. That concludes that part of our agenda. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda, I believe. Yes, and the consent agenda consists of resolutions 313 to 324. The idea behind the consent agenda is to move it as a bundle, for lack of a better phrase. Does anybody have any, before I move, does anybody have any questions or comments that require that I call out any one of those resolutions?
President White, I do have some questions on K in that group.
Okay, so what I'm still going to do, I tell you what, I won't treat it as a consent agenda. Why don't we take your, I'm going to ask someone for a motion to move for considerations of resolutions 313 to 324. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Malloy, seconded by Vice President Elliott. Now, Commissioner LeBron, do you have a question about one of those particular items?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So I actually have some remarks and then questions on different resolutions in this bundle. How do you want me to proceed?
Yeah, just,
Okay. So for resolution, it shows up as 8C on mine. I know that we gave Shirley some, I just want to give some congratulations to Dr. Green again as she transitions over to the city. Looking forward to working with you in our day jobs to better the community for kids. But I also noticed that our Director of Student Affairs and Placement, Joseph, is on here. And I just wanted to also thank him and give him kudos, and hopefully we're able to do something for him next month, because I've been a parent in this district. I've said this multiple times, over 18 years. And Joseph has been here a very, very, very long time. And so I just wanted to give him kudos and remarks in there. For K, the State Environmental Quality Review Act, there was an executive facility summary for Marshall listed here. I think I found where this is connected to another resolution. However, I am going to ask what this actual, the financial analysis was a little weird because it's saying that there's some reconstruction that has to happen at the Marshall Education campus, but that it doesn't answer how it's going to be financed. It says not applicable for a cost analysis. It doesn't say whether it's aidable. It doesn't let us know if it's sustainable. There's just some questions that they just basically said not applicable, no, and no to everything. So I'm just kind of confused what it was. So if we can get some answers on what this is, that'd be great.
Good evening, everyone. The project at Marshall, if you recall, we had a significant water issue that we had to deal with over there. So the project at Marshall and the seeker is in regards to the flooring in the cafeteria on the lower level. This is a capital project eligible for reimbursement, as all of our capital projects are. And the main concern here, or the main issue here is we just can't put down a new floor. The mastic that attaches the tile to the floor has asbestos in it. So therefore, we need to do an abatement and then put down a new floor, excuse me, in the school. So it is eligible for reimbursement. It's a capital project, and the seeker is required for all of our projects. It's obviously a level 2, which does not have any environmental impact on the community and the neighborhood at large, and we will commence that as soon as possible. This will allow us to use the facility until we use it for swing space again. We want to use the gymnasiums and other aspects over there for different activities and so forth. But right now, the building is not usable until we repair the floor.
Okay,
and I can certainly clarify any of the items in the executive summary or adjust those if need be.
Yeah, President White, can I have some
What's that?
Can I have a follow-up?
Sure, yeah.
So Mike, thank you for that. I just want to point out, though, that in the executive summary that we received that's on board docs for this section, there's nothing on here. It just says not applicable, not applicable, not applicable, not applicable, no, no, none. And that didn't make any sense to me, especially if there's asbestos and you got to put out a new floor and abatement. The financial analysis, there is none, essentially.
We can certainly provide a greater level of detail going forward with that. My apologies for not being more clear in terms of what the project actually was. It's kind of a discovered condition that we had because of the water damage. So, but we certainly can provide more clarity going forward. We certainly did not want to be transparent with the board in regards to the nature of the project, nor the scope of the work, nor the actual price of the project.
Okay. I'm kind of confused a little bit, but there is another resolution further down that talks about this project too, but it's a different resolution. And I just didn't understand if they're the same, if there's correlation there, and why there is a financial analysis there that's not attached to that one.
Commissioner, which resolution are you referring to?
What resolution?
Hold on, I have my notes too.
The unforeseen renovation repair is 9E.
Yeah. 329, resolution 329. And there's an executive summary repair work attached here that has a little bit different questions, but it does have a financial analysis somewhat.
So the seeker is a separate resolution that we have to do for any project any capital project that we do to make sure that there's no environmental impact. It's a requirement. The second resolution is the actual resolution that outlines the scope of the project and so forth. So I think for clarity purposes, usually we bundle the seekers together because when we do our CIP projects, we have them all grouped and we have all the seekers in that regard. So this one is a bit of an outlier, but we certainly can. I think we would be better served to provide a link back between the actual resolution of the project and the seeker itself. Therefore, we would not have any confusion going forward. So my apologies for that part of it.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure they are,
they definitely
related. And then also there is a financial analysis here.
Yes.
why that couldn't have been in the one up front, but I hear what you're saying. And I want to recognize that this is a new system that we're still like combing through with board docs online. I mean, we've been doing it for a few weeks, but certainly it changes from when we had papers and things could be attached. So I think we have some things to still work through, but thank you.
You're very welcome.
I have a couple of questions.
Vice President Elliott?
Thank you. So on Resolution 313, where will this arts position be located? Visual arts, you got a question? Oh. Yeah.
Kathy, is that something you can answer? Oh, Chris. This is 313, correct, you said?
Correct.
That's a part-time position. I don't have that information in front of me where it's going to be located. But it's,
So can you all get back to me with
it's
that?
a budgeted position that's
Yeah.
needed at the location.
Okay. Resolution 317, how does the leave of absence policy work? How much time do our employees get off for a leave of absence without pay?
That's detailed in the collective bargaining agreements.
Okay.
And it varies. I can certainly provide you specifics contract to contract. And certainly leaves of absence can also be stipulated by law in terms of the availability to take them, whether it's FMLA or IFMLA or other types of leaves.
So let me just ask this question, because this just sort of comes up. So if they're out on leave of absence without pay, does that mean they still get benefits?
It would depend. Part of their initial days may be covered because they've paid for benefits in advance. They may also make use of COBRA benefits to continue and to sustain the benefits that they have access to, which means they would still be contributing in some fashion for them.
Okay. Resolution 318, why do we have these amendments?
So these amendments are for varied reasons. It could be that information was unknown at the time that something was submitted. It could be that there was an error. More often than not, it's not that it's an error. Sometimes, depending on the instance, we may not have all the information, or an employee is now eligible for something that they weren't initially. So it's changing back and making sure that the record is fully accurate. In the one instance, you can see the one individual rescinded their retirement or changed their retirement date. So it may be that someone changes, they get in touch with the teacher retirement system, and they initially submitted a particular date, and then through that consultation and conversation, they determine that they need to change it by a single day. So it could be for various reasons.
All right, thank you. And then just one last question. On Resolution 324, I'm not sure what I was looking at in looking at Resolution 324. I think that I understood the memo, but I'm really not sure. So can you explain, somebody explain what I'm looking at in with these documents in Resolution 324, please?
Resolution 324 is our standing item that gives you the update of statistics around our special education demographics and reporting structures over the course of the month. So this comes every month as just the update of the CSC occurrences that have taken place over the month.
All right, this may be something that we'll have to go over in ESA because this is a kind of cumbersome document for me. I don't remember seeing this document in this form, so there may need to be, for me, professional development. So thank you, Mr. President. Those are my questions.
Any other questions? All right. The only comment I will have is, and this is going to be the business of the board come next year, as this is our last business meeting. As Adrian will tell you, the purpose of a consent agenda is to move it along without any conversation or questions. And so I didn't treat it as a consent agenda. Rather, I treated it how we normally do, which is to bundle them. But I think that the leadership, whoever that leadership is next year, ought to have some conversation with the clerk and with the administration about how you want to handle these, because the questions were very good, but in a consent agenda, you wouldn't be having those questions. So I don't know if in an officers meeting, but there has to be a place where people talk about whether you can have consent agenda items. Because as you all know, and as I said, as our parliamentary will tell us, the questions, which were good questions and legitimate questions, would not be appropriate for a consent agenda. And the clerk and I have talked about this before. It's hard for her to predict on her own where people are going to have questions. But whoever are the leaders next year, they ought to work that out with the superintendent.
Yeah, I guess I have a question of why we need to have a consent agenda.
Well, you may
anyway.
not. You may decide you don't want to do that.
Because I think it's important for those of us who are commissioners to be able to put on public record our questions, that the public knows that we are scrutinizing what's being asked of us. So, yeah, we could talk about that.
Yeah,
I just don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I tend to want to put most of what my questions, put it in the public forum.
But what you could do is you could have a discussion in an officers meeting and decide which ones you don't think there are going to be questions about. And so there are going to be certain, they don't have to be consecutive. There could be some items that are by resolution that could be part of the consent agenda because you know there's not going to be any questions. So that's going to require a lot of coordination with your colleagues. But again, you all can for next year. And again, my comments weren't to suggest that these weren't legitimate questions or shouldn't be out to the public. It just was trying to say that you can't reconcile that kind of dialogue with a consent agenda. But again, you may decide not to do that altogether. All right, no further questions on resolutions 313 to 324? Doesn't appear that there are, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of resolutions 313 to 324 indicate by saying aye. And the electronic thing is up there. Aye.
Aye.
All right.
The vote is open.
Yep. Okay. Next items on the agenda are the resolutions that follow. We're going to handle these. I'm going to handle these the way we normally would. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to ask the clerk if she was able to capture Ricardo's vote.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Next resolution, some of them I'm going to offer or suggest that they be bundled topically, but by and large, we'll just sort of do it on a resolution by resolution basis. So I need a motion to advance for discussion resolution 325.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Malloy. I heard a second by Commissioner.
Let Clark.
Okay, all right. Bill, for the record, Bill Clark has seconded that motion. Any questions or comments regarding resolution 325? There being no questions or comments. Yes, ma'am. No, that's all right. Go ahead.
I actually just want to congratulate Nakia and wish her luck. And she's also comes up on the next resolution for tenure. So I also want to congratulate her on her tenureship as a vice principal. And I remember when Nakia was in the district as a counselor, and she was my girls' counselor at Northwest. And so I think she's an amazing individual and an amazing leader, and I just want to let her know that she has our support moving forward. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I would just note technically, when you put up the vote, it prevents, at least on my screen, it prevents anybody from looking at the resolution. I don't know if you knew that.
Yes, There weren't going to be any questions, so I opened the vote, but I can stop doing that.
That is fine. I just
Yeah.
wanted to note that if somebody decided, oh, wait a second, I want to take a look at this resolution, because the vote is up there, you can't.
Yes.
So,
You're the
and I
last.
appreciate that's making it more efficient. We're moving along, but I wanted to, at that point, I wanted to look at that resolution again. And
Okay.
I couldn't. So, anyway. All right, any other questions or comments regarding 325? There being no further questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 325 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Next, we're going to move on to Resolution 326. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Vice President Elliott, seconded by, who said that?
Second.
Commissioner
LeBron.
LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 326? Yes, Commissioner LeBron.
I just also want to thank and congratulate Sean Pecora, who's also getting tenured in the same resolution. So just congratulations to him and Nakia and everyone else, but personally know Nakia and Sean, and I just want to congratulate them. That's all, President White.
I did want to sort of add my comment. I don't know Nakia, but I do know Sean, and he's got a wonderful story. He's really worked hard at his own career and his own development as a good father, and like many of our employees, really committed to the children of this district. So congratulations to both of them. Any questions or, I shouldn't say congratulations, just that. Any questions or comments? Further questions or comments? There being none, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 326 indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Just waiting for the, there we go. Next, we have before the Board of Education Resolutions 327 and 328. These are appointments to a professional educational tenure area. I'm taking them as it's been moved by Vice President Elliott. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding Resolutions 327 and 328? There being no questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 327 and 328 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it. We'll wait to record our vote. Next, we're going to move on to Resolutions 329 and 331. These are additional pay resolutions. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I heard Commissioner Malloy second that. Any questions or comments regarding these additional pay resolutions?
I'm looking at, maybe I'm wrong on my screen. I thought 320, did we say 329?
I did say 329. Yep.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's
Well, I'm sorry, yes, you're
Yeah.
absolutely right.
Oh, okay.
329 is
We're
an
at 320
unforeseen renovation. I apologize for that.
We're at 328.
Oh, he
Okay.
called them together.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
bundled
bundled them?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the bundle, please?
No, the bundle was 327 and 328, but we voted on that.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
now
thank
we're on
you.
329 and
Sorry about that.
331. Commissioner, Vice President Elliott is correct. 329 is
So
not an
motion for
additional.
329.
Yeah, second, but I have a question.
Okay, all right. So there's a motion respecting Resolution 329 on the floor, and it was seconded by Commissioner LeBron. So that's how we'll break this up. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 329?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, Vice
Just in
President.
terms of, do we currently have students in the building?
Good evening, Vice President White. Currently, there are not students in the building. Oh, Vice President.
Got us married.
Vice President Elliott, excuse me. There are not students in the building.
I'm sorry, Mike. You called her Vice President
White.
White.
Yes.
And I said, you know, we have gotten close, but we ain't that close.
Good evening, Vice President Elliott. My apologies. There are no students in the building currently.
No students in the building?
No.
Okay.
Any other questions regarding Resolution 329? There being no further questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 329 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it. Just wait for our vote. There we go. Next before the Board of Education is Resolution 331, which is an additional pay resolution. Can I get a motion?
Seconded.
I heard Commissioner LeBron. This is 331.
We have,
Oh, yeah, you
you
just skipped
skipped 330.
330.
Oh, yeah, you're right, because it was a sequence. 330, maybe this is just my last day syndrome. Resolution 330 is a additional pay resolution. So what I'd like to do, absent my mistake, is to take 330 and 331 as a mini bundle, as additional pay resolutions. Is there a motion?
Well, can I just, before you do that, President White, I just want to say I'm actually voting no on F and yes on G, so I don't know if that's going to impact how we vote virtually if it's.
Yes.
So technically, I mean, if we were just taking a verbal vote, she could do that, even if taken as a bundle, but she can't.
I don't know if we could do it on the computer.
Well, no, when you put them up, don't you put them up as 330 and 331?
No, they are individual. I can't bundle in. The consent agenda allows us to bundle. These are individual action items, but what we're asking Commissioner LeBron is that you split 330. Which one is it that you're trying to split the sub-levels?
330, I'm going to be a no, and 331, it depends. I have some questions on it, but most likely would be a yes.
Okay, but you're saying that it would be to certain.
You're asking for a motion to bundle it, and I'm saying, how does that impact the way we vote?
Okay, yeah, no, I do them individually. So so we could do 330 separate if we want to do 330 separate from 331.
And we could, but I guess, and again, this is my last day, but if in the future somebody wanted to bundle them, I understand there's one thing bundling in terms of conversation, then there's an electronic side of it. So if I were to bundle 330 and 331, how would you handle that from a technical side? You put up one and then the other, and people would have to look?
What I would do is that you would vote, but I would have to write down physically and then go back into the system and do it. I can't pull them both up simultaneously unless they're done. I did that originally.
So let me just say, by way of example, I look at 338 and 341 as agreements, right? And if I were to say we're taking them as a bundle, no one had any objection to that, how would you record the vote? Let's say somebody didn't want to vote in favor of like this, 338, what would you do?
I'd have to write it down physically and then go back and put it in. I wouldn't be able to do that currently, but I've done that several times where you've voted, and then I'll go back tonight and input the votes separately.
So in those instances where a person bundles, you don't do the.
It doesn't. When you bundle, it helps you. It doesn't help me.
It doesn't help you.
But it's okay.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know.
Yeah.
But that's why, going back to the consent agenda approach, that's why if you're methodical and you plan,
it really helps.
It does help.
It
allows the technology and the conversation to coincide.
Exactly. But I can do it. Just tell me, and I have my notepad. I'll take the vote. It's no problem. It's just a longer period.
So right now we have 330 and 331. Can I get a motion just to discuss 330 and 331?
Motion.
Commissioner LeBron, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Malloy. Okay, questions or comments regarding 330 or 331?
Yes.
Commissioner LeBron?
So for 331, can we just get a little update on what this hotline, advanced course hotline is?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Pardon me. Commissioner LeBron, this is going to be after-hours support for our students taking virtual advanced placement courses. The teachers will be available Monday through Thursday from 4 to 6 p.m. and on Saturdays from 11 to 1 p.m. This was part of our ACA grant, which is specifically identified to support students and grow virtual advanced placement or advanced placement offerings in the district.
Okay, and has that started? I mean, I got something in the mail about VR virtual. Something came in my mail about it.
Sure, I'm trying to give the board members the monthly newsletter from the Virtual Academy of Rochester that supports online credit recovery, virtual advanced placement, and virtual initial credit courses, just to give the board an update of what's happening in different modalities of delivery of opportunities for our kids.
Okay, so it is ongoing and has started, and
this hotline has not started without board approval, but our advanced placement courses and everything has been up and going.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, Commissioner LeBron? You all set?
No, I'm all set.
Doesn't appear that there are any other questions. Let's go ahead and vote on resolutions 330 to 331. All those in favor of resolutions 330 to 331 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition?
Yeah, no on 330.
Yeah, I'm a no at 332.
That's no on 330, correct?
330,
Okay. Thank
no.
you. All right. What I have up right now is 331.
Okay.
And so you can vote on 331 as a yes, and then I'll pull up 331 really quickly, and then you can do your, all right?
You mean 330? Because we just
Correct,
voted.
yeah, 330,
okay.
correct.
Again, I would suggest maybe at an officers meeting early next year, you work out the technical. So we've done this bundling many times
Yeah.
before, and I never appreciated what you were doing from a technical side. So that's
It's
an
okay.
interesting, yep.
I got it. Just to confirm, Commissioner Adams, your vote is a yes or a no to 331?
You're muted.
Hold on, you're muted. Wait, we can't hear you.
You say his vote is a yes, but let him unmute. I
Hey,
can.
my vote is a yes on both of those.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Next, we have before the Board of Education
One quick
resolution.
second,
Oh,
President
I'm
White.
sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
I'm just going to have everyone vote on 330 really quickly.
Oh, Kalia, oh, I gotta change my vote.
I'll change
Okay.
it.
No, I got it. I
Okay.
figured out. You go
Okay.
to the corner and change.
Next, we have before the Board of Education Resolution 332. Actually, that resolution is going to be withdrawn by the administration, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, next we have before the,
I'm sorry, President White, before we move forward, because this resolution, I know it's been withdrawn, but it still said a deputy superintendent who's no longer the deputy superintendent. And that has come up in a few other resolutions on this side of the.
I can address, if you don't mind. So the resolution approval process, if this resolution came before, would have come before finance in the previews of last month when Melody was still the deputy. So the resolution has been in the system for some time. Any resolution that has her name, she was here and approved it under her tenure. Any resolution that came after her tenure no longer will have her name on it, but anything that she approved physically.
No, I understood that part, but there still has to be a way in the system to address that because that person's no longer here. So how would that person a month later put forth a resolution or be the person supervising and overseeing that resolution? They're no longer here.
So in terms of I can only, for the system's purposes, it only records who approved the resolution to move forward. But in terms of changing it, we can do an amendment on the floor to change the names.
There's no way to go back into the system to update who's the supervisor is for these resolutions?
Yes, there definitely is a way. However, the resolution is presented as it is right now on the floor. So what I'm saying is we'd have to make a motion to change what is there now.
Is there a way to do it, Kalia, or does it have to be completely rejected and resubmitted? That's the concern on the administration side.
It will need to be completely rejected and resubmitted. In terms of the approval process, but I think you're talking about
Why would we not have the technology to just change the name of who the supervisor is? That doesn't make sense.
No.
And then my concern is we're passing something, and these are small. This one's a small one, so I'm not going to belliger the $800 one.
So there's two things that you're asking. There's an approval process that the resolutions go through in order to get them in front of you. That approval process, obviously, the deputy who was in place before, that approval process, if we're trying to remove the resolution altogether, would need to go through with the current person who's there now. In terms of just changing the names on the resolution, that's easily done. However, because the resolution is before you and being considered, it is whole as one resolution. As you know, if any changes to the resolution, because the public has it, it's out there.
But it's false information. So I think I'm not going to like
But it's
drag this
withdrawn
out.
now.
Yeah,
Commissioner,
so then.
This one's withdrawn, but we voted on some that
Oh.
already had and there's others that are gonna come up with
Yeah.
this deputy that's no longer here. And we've had this happen before where staff is no longer here and the administration, previous administration too, has brought forth. My issue is that we're saying this is the chief or the deputy that's overseeing this, or the chief, and they're no longer here.
And
And
that
this is
can be
public record. And how is the public to know that that person's no longer here if we're still passing it a month or 2 months later with their name?
So I think I'm answering in that, yes, it can be changed, it can be easily done, however, that change needs to be requested by the board on the floor right now. And then we can go into the system and easily change it. It's here now as it is right now.
But I'm saying the administration should do their due diligence so it doesn't come to the board incorrectly, so that we're not changing it right now on the floor.
Okay, well, that's a different
We can have
question.
this conversation after the new year, but all I'm saying is it's not correct information, and we're voting on it because that's no longer the deputy superintendent, and that's no longer the person that's overseeing some of these budget item lines. Just want to put that out there, and we've come across this before.
All right. That resolution 332 has been withdrawn. Now I need a motion to discuss resolutions 333 to 337. These are additional pay resolutions.
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding these resolutions? There being no questions, we can go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolutions 333 to 337 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition?
Yeah, for me, no on 334, 333, 334, 335.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Okay.
Now, just so that we're sort of experiencing this at the same time, I saw a electronic resolution for just one of those.
Yes, it's
You'll
just
do the
once.
rest later?
I'm just gonna do the rest. So for right now, Vice President Elliott, I've indicated no for you on 333, and I'll populate that as well for 334 and 335. But because the bundle goes until 337, I will record a yes vote for 336 and 337. We'll just skip to 338 if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next before the Board of Education is resolutions 338 to 341. These are agreements. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Any questions or comments regarding resolutions 338 to 341?
Mr. President,
Sure.
The agreement between Susan Goodwin, do we have an evaluation of the work that's done over there? You know, I hear about it, but I don't know all of what is done over in the Teacher Center, and frankly, if it's valuable to us. So I'd like to, if we can have an evaluation of that program. I mean, are we spending our money wisely with this program?
My understanding is, I'm sure that administration or council will correct me, but that we're sort of pass-through on that, aren't we? Ms. Black, Dr. Black?
This is correct. That is correct. This is the
Yeah.
pass-through for training for RTA.
For those of you who don't know, RTA has a teacher center. The state legislature directs money to them directly. We don't have any say, and I'm waiting for somebody to tell me I'm wrong. We don't have any say in terms of how that money is spent. And I don't even know that well, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I don't even think we could do an evaluation and it wouldn't have any impact. I mean, we could do an evaluation, but it wouldn't stop the flow of funds. Is that right, Vanna White?
Yes, President White, that is correct. It is covered under Education Law 316, and the vendor and the funding for the vendor and its process is covered under that law.
Thank you. Welcome. You said, Madam Vice President?
Yeah, I just got a message that kind of was disturbing to me, but so can someone, how are we going to proceed with this if I have a question about the efficacy of this program?
The oversight of this particular serviced is by the New York State Education Department. So they would be the ones that would have to do the efficacy study for the use of those funds.
Yep. So can that be requested, that they provide us with the evaluation of the program?
We can request it.
All right, and just let me know, how they respond, please.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding resolutions 338 to 341? There being no questions, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of resolution 338 to 341 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm an aye, but I'm a no on 340.
So the vote that's up is for 338 currently. I will record your no vote on 340, but I'm just using it as a template to populate the bundle. Okay.
Are you all set, Madam Clerk? Yes. All right, next we have before 342. It reflects a collective bargaining agreement with the Rochester area paraprofessionals. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I heard Commissioner Malloy.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner LeBron. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 342? Commissioner LeBron.
Thank you. I just want to thank the administration for wrapping up our last collective bargaining unit that was hanging out there. So thank you to Chris Miller and our deputies and our superintendent for finalizing this right before the new year. So hopefully our rep members and our TAs and our paras go into the new year feeling appreciated. And I just want to let them know we are advocating for the pay to be worked quickly through. We do recognize that it is going to take a little bit of time, and we are aware, but the administration's also aware and trying to work as quickly and as possible around multiple systems to get the back pay all for you, but something that we will continue to monitor and look forward to. So congratulations to all parties.
Any other questions or comments regarding Resolution 342? Well, let's see if you have ESP, Commissioner LeBron, if your congratulations were a good predictor. So let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 342 indicate by saying aye.
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 Any nays? Seems that you were right, Commissioner LeBron. Congratulations is in order. Next, we have before the Board of Education Resolution 343. It's a settlement agreement.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. We've had some conversations with our council about this. Any?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Okay,
President.
all right. Let's go ahead and take this vote before we. It's an inside joke. Any further questions?
I haven't started.
Huh?
I wanted to ask.
Oh, you did? Oh, you said yes, you did want. I said I was trying to move.
Oh, I already
along.
voted. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not saying not to vote for it. I'm just saying, and I'm not going to put my colleagues on Front Street, but what I will say is that we have to do better, make better decisions when it comes to our families and our students. This was a bad decision that we made, I believe, and, we're gone through litigation on this. We put other schools in that, which in my mind, we shouldn't have put other schools in there because of the contamination. And so I'm glad that we are moving beyond this, but they probably have already received about $10 million from the $15 million that, or somewhere around there, that this contract initially is for. So again, I'm just hoping that my colleagues, that we all make better decisions when it comes to this kind of situation, because I am clear that somebody got paid on this. I am real clear about that. I don't care what the records show, somebody got paid on that. So, and I'm not necessarily saying these board members, but I'm just saying, I understand the game law. I understand the game.
I wasn't on the board. I just want that on the record.
No, I just said, I'm not saying these board members, but I understand the game well enough to know how it's played. And I'm talking about people who are no longer here. So that's what happened. I know that's what happened, and we can move forward. Thank you.
Superintendent Nelm said, I always try to have the last word. Well, I'm a surprise, John. I'm not saying nothing. And I'm sure Adrian is quite happy about that. So let's go ahead, if there's no further comment, and there shouldn't be, let's go ahead and vote on Resolution 343. All those in favor of Resolution 343 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? The ayes have it. I do want to thank our legal counsel for, as always, doing the yeoman's work of making sure that we have just and appropriate resolution of all conflicts. We appreciate that. All right. Next, we have Resolution 344. Is there a motion?
Moved.
I heard.
I'll
somebody-
second.
Oh, is that Commissioner Clark?
Yes, it is.
Why
Come
not?
on, yes, right.
I know, he moved, I
Yes,
second.
Commissioner Clark has moved it. I think I heard Commissioner LeBron second it.
Yes.
Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 344?
Yes.
Yes.
The attachment for the resolution deadline exception, I just need to understand, like, why, so the date originally, the deadline to submit this resolution was 11/10, and it's coming to us 12/23. And then it said the district's desire to execute this MOA, which I thought we voted already for, so I was a little confused as to what it's referring to, in order to incentivize Bente members in the final pay period of the year. If we are to recruit and retain, we need to do it expeditiously. But I don't know what that means. Like, why is this still coming late? And I don't understand that. So I just want an explanation around that explanation.
Sure, Commissioner. We decided that moving forward, we would be bringing MOAs before a vote before the board, so that we have that as a practice, a more transparent practice. And so this MOA was signed prior to that, and so moving forward, we'll be bringing forward MOAs. And so I think that conversation was after the deadline for submitting this.
This is the MOA then that
The school bus driver incentive.
we
for the
already
MOAs.
had a conversation about and y'all agreed and y'all been implementing it and there was the email sent out to everybody. Now we're voting on it.
Yeah, no one's received any of the benefit yet.
But the
until
communications, we
yes.
kind of, and it's been communicated district-wide to Bente employees and all employees actually.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so pending your vote, then we would have the ability to execute it.
Were you able to execute it without our vote?
Well, no one's received any financial benefit yet, but we've been able to certainly make people aware that it's pending as a way of recruiting.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further questions or comments regarding Resolution 344? I will just say thank you, Chris, for the work that you and the members of that collective bargaining unit have done to make our district competitive. We desperately need drivers, and this is part of that solution. So we appreciate the work that you and others have done on this. Any other questions or comments? There being no further questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote on Resolution 344. All those in favor of Resolution 344 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Seems that the ayes have it. Yes,
We already voted on 325, 345, so we can skip that one.
that's right. Finally, there is Resolution 346. We had deliberations in confidential session. These are suspension appeals. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice
Second.
President Elliott. Any questions or comments regarding Resolution 346? There being no questions or comments, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor of Resolution 346 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The ayes have it. As we move on to the next item on the agenda, let me just thank again our staff, Francine and Kalia, Ms. Scott and Ms. Wade, for the work that they have done at improving our suspension appeals process. You have really changed the nature of the board's engagement in this very important legal obligation by the board. and we appreciate the way that you have done that. Next item on our agenda is readings and second readings.
Thank you. Again, if you haven't refreshed your page on Board Docs, and I don't know if you need to log in again, but check your login status. We'll go first to 12A. The 2410 policy management policy. We did pass this previously, combining multiple policies. If you open the track changes, you'll see two things I need to point out. One is that on page 1, bullet 1, there's a clause that needs to be removed. It says pursuant to policy 2460. That policy was eliminated when we combined these, so we need to strike that from the clean copy text. And then if you scroll down to page 2, you'll see that how the timeline with the first, second, and third readings, it's a little bit wordy, but the concept is that they be read in consecutive business meetings. The confusion lay in its previous form when we were using information item, discussion item, and action item. The information item could be delivered in writing, so the timing was previously only described as 30 days from between the discussion item and the action item. So here we're trying to get 30 days through each so that we can get maximum public input. Now, we were supposed to vote on this last month, but it didn't get posted to Board Docs last month either. So the first thing I'm going to do is ask for a motion to waive the requirements of this policy that require those those different readings.
I'll motion.
Second.
So Commissioner LeBron moves and Commissioner White seconds. Callie is creating a resolution on the fly, so if I can call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Adams?
Aye.
Thank you. I think that motion carries 6-0. So that was just the motion to waive. Now, if we are able to actually have a motion to approve this policy, 2410. I have a motion from President White.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner LeBron. Any further discussion on this? Yes.
This is just for clarity. We're just making the amendment to give the appropriate time between first, second reading, third reading, right?
Correct. And what I
Okay.
just said about page 1, where there's a dependent clause that's no longer needed.
Yeah, because the policy was eliminated.
Correct.
Yeah.
Those are the changes, yes. And the clean copy isn't really clean, but we'll get it clean. All right, any further questions?
Thank you for bearing with us. We are working with consultant staff, regular staff, and no staff. So we will get it right come the new year. I apologize. We'll get it right.
And certainly, you'll get no complaints from me, Madam Clerk. I'm trying to move things through as best we can. So, did we get our vote? Need a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. I heard you loud and clear. I think it passed unanimously. Okay, that takes us to the genuine first readings. What we have is, out of our last policy committee, 5 policies that are all within the 2000 series, which is the board section. And rather than going through them one at a time, I just open the floor to anyone who has a comment or concern. Yes, Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, actually, and just 2160, our Code of Ethics, under the requirements.
I'm sorry, which one?
I'm sorry, 2160.
2160.
Code of Ethics. Can you hear me? I have my mask on.
Yes.
Okay. Under section 3, under requirements, there's number 4 and 5. It says have a romantic, sexual, or other unprofessional relationship with any student of the school district, even if the relationship is consensual, or have a romantic, sexual, or other unprofessional relationship with a subordinate employee, even if the relationship is consensual. This includes a building-based administrator having a romantic or sexual relationship with any teacher or a staff member in the same building. I actually would like us to add a 6th clause, if you will, or 6th bullet point that specifically addresses administration and the Board of Education having inappropriate romantic or sexual or unprofessional relationships with employees of RCSD.
Is that a referral back to committee?
I don't know, are you saying it has to go back to the committee to have?
That's usually what happens when we have changes, rather than trying to navigate them from the floor. Or if you want to propose those changes in writing, this is a first reading, so there's time to
So just a point of clarification, this is the committee meeting for policy?
No, this is the first reading in our business meeting.
Okay, so then we would take it back to the policy committee meeting, is
Right.
what you're saying?
If you'd like to see changes, there's 2 ways we can do it. You can, write it out, and we can try to get it integrated between now and the next reading and see how other folks react to it, or we can take it back to committee and look at it in its totality, the impact on administration and all of that.
So the committee as a committee of the whole, or the?
Well, committee, just, put it through subcommittee, ask legal to talk, to evaluate that recommendation, the whole bit. Just take it back to the beginning. Now, I can't recall why this came before us again. Adrian, are there clues in here that tells us why we're even looking at this? I thought this was settled. I thought this was a settled policy. Because we already approved standards of conduct twice in the last year. I'm not sure why this is even before us today.
And yes, because this is the full, we're doing the bundle of we're taking the policies all as a bundle, so even though
even though we passed
even though you
this
still passed it twice
in the same year.
Yeah, there's just like the code of conduct, just like,
Okay.
yeah.
It's just that in many cases, if we took something out of order,
Yeah,
like we did with fund balance, like we did with the transfer
Right.
policy, we wouldn't necessarily put it before the whole board again.
I will submit something in writing, but I would like to have this conversation on record and not in a subcommittee. So I just want to put that out there, because we can't be having a standard of expectation for every single employee and remove ourselves or the administration from adhering to this particular piece.
Okay, and the only purpose for subcommittee is to give our general counsel opportunity to review it and weigh in on it, and that's so we'll pull this out of the lineup and send it back to the policy committee, if that's okay with everybody else.
And I'll actually put language in writing. I'm going to look at actually either districts and also organizations that prohibit their top administration, supervisors, CEO, and so forth from having those types of relationships. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on this section, the 2000 series? No further questions? Okay, let's move on to the second readings, number 12B. Oh, did somebody say something?
Just clearing my throat.
Oh, thank you. The headphones, I couldn't even tell where I was getting the sound from. The second readings, what's marked as second readings, we actually did the second reading at a committee meeting. So we're actually putting this on the floor as a quote-unquote walk-on rather than as a third reading. So we have quite a number. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 finance policies. They've been through committee, they've been through first and second readings, and now we're at a place where we're ready to vote on these. For Kalia, if it's not too tedious for you, I'd like to present them in their Part 1 and Part 2 as 2 separate sets of resolutions, just so people have a chance to look at a smaller bundle of policies.
Sure. So then you're requesting 2 resolution numbers?
Well, if I could have a resolution, yes, please.
Okay.
If I could have a resolution for finance policies Part 1, that would include policies 6,000, 6120, 6254, and 6600.
That's resolution 347.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
That motion came from Commissioner Clark.
Second.
And second from Commissioner Adams. Thank you. Any further discussion on these 4 policies?
I do. I'm just trying to understand. Are you moving these forward to pass them right now? Because
Yes,
in the second
yes.
reading, is that
No.
what you guys are doing?
They were mistakenly listed under second reading.
Okay.
This is a motion to approve.
This is the final stage. Okay. Yeah, I just had it up. So there's a comment on here, like for, which one? I think it was the audit one. Yeah, it says commissioners would like this sentence reworded and retain some of the original wording around resolutions of disagreements. It doesn't state which commissioners, but then also if you look at the final, it's still the exact same wording. So we're just passing it with those comments on there without the revisions.
I guess we didn't get feedback, the feedback in writing that we were looking for, so we're leaving it as is. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay. Any other questions or concerns? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Commissioner Adams, I assume is yes, because
Yeah.
he seconded. All right, that carries. Thank you. And home stretch, we've got the Part 2. This is made up of 5 policies: 6625, 6630, 6680, 6700, and 6745. Can I have a motion?
That's resolution 348.
So moved.
I have a motion from President White.
Second.
A second and from Commissioner Clark. Final resolution for the night comes from our departing members. How appropriate. Any further questions on these? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
One, sorry to interject here. I actually remember us discussing 6745 prior to our last general council leaving. There should have been a correction to the final clause there. But in the clean version, it doesn't look like that is there. Am I?
Can you?
6745?
Yep, 6745.
And what was this change supposed to be?
So there should have been, the way the sentence reads, except for such contracts as are subject to sole source, approved by New York State Office of Government Services, comma, as determined by the board's purchasing agent, all maintenance contracts in the amount. So there should have been, after governmental services, a comma, and lowercase as.
Yeah, if you're looking at it's there in the track changes.
It's there in the track.
It's in the track changes version, but not in the
in the clean copy.
the so-called clean copy.
Right.
So just to make sure everybody understands what we're approving.
Yes.
If you look to the track changes version, that's what we're saying yes to. Does anyone need to reconsider their vote on that basis? Hearing no comments to the contrary, it stands as corrected by our legal counsel, okay? Thank you so much for keeping us on track, Adrian. Okay, we did already vote?
Need a vote now.
Oh, we didn't vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye? Thank you, Ricardo, I heard you. Okay, that concludes the passage of the finance policies, and I'm glad to be done with them. And I turn the floor back over to you, President White.
Yes, very, very briefly, a little bit of business under new business. Please be mindful that it is always optimal and best if you can turn in questions regarding resolutions in a written format to the administration. That has traditionally been our practice. I think with COVID, we got a little bit away from it, but it does make things a lot easier if the administration knows what questions you have. It's not always possible, and sometimes under the circumstances, we have to ask them in real time, but that is the preference, and it has always been the preference. The other thing that I wanted to mention is that it's a process issue. Please, if you have questions that need to be put to the administration, our communication protocols are clear. The question should be put to the superintendent via her chief of staff and to the board clerk. We should not be, and we agreed to this is one of our canons of ethics, that we would always go to the superintendent and not to, for example, a key cabinet member or a mid-level manager. It just makes things much more efficient and prevents any risk of someone feeling pressure because they've been approached by a board member. Again, this is in our communication protocols, and it just would be easier. I meant to send out an email about it, but since we're all here today, I figured I would mention that to you. That concludes new business. There are no matters for executive session. Again, I just want to say, and I don't know, Bill, if you want to make any parting comments, but I really appreciate you all. As the superintendent says, this is no need to say goodbye. I'll see you a little bit later is what I would say. Bill, do you want to say anything?
Yes, I just want to say that this has been a very exciting year. I really enjoyed meeting each and every one of you. I appreciate the support that you've given me throughout the year, and I'm going to miss you. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks.
Okay, can we get a motion to adjourn? Bill, you want to make the motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
It's been, that the record, yeah, let me make the second. The record should reflect that Commissioner Clark made the motion to adjourn, and I have made the second to that motion. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any noes? I'm a no.
Ricardo. Ricardo.
All right, good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Ricardo.
Yeah.
I sent you a couple of texts. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
All right.
What happened?
Yeah, no, thanks, Mike.